Okay, we'll give it about 2 minutes for people who are just now registering for the workshop to join, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Hmm. Hey, James, really quickly, how can I minimize this? I'd like to be able to.
Add a full screen. So at the top,
Yeah.
if you just go up to the top, you can kind of exit out of full screen there. There's a little drop down there.
Okay, exit full screen. There it is. I thought there was a way to do that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. I think we should go ahead and get started. It's 9:03. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Executive Compensation Workshop held by the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. My name is Adrian Ownby. I'm the Energy Safety Lead for the upcoming update to the Executive Compensation Guidelines. Next slide, please. So for this presentation, it's going to be a fairly quick one. We're going to discuss a quick safety message. We'll go through the workshop objectives, the agenda for the workshop, the next steps after the workshop's completed, and then discuss the workshop logistics. Next slide, please. James, next slide.
I did advance the slide, Adrian. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. Now I see it. Thank you. I was getting a little delay, I think. Okay, so safety message. We want you to remember to beware of your surroundings, to stay hydrated and cool, know your evacuation routes. Remember to stand up and move around. We have a couple of breaks during the workshop. We'll have a full lunch. You know, there's plenty of opportunity to stand up and move around. We encourage you to do that. And to remember to practice your public health guidance, whatever that may be for wherever you happen to be. And if you feel something, say something. If you think you're having a medical issue, please let us know. Next slide, please. Okay. So This workshop's intended to accomplish several different things. We want to provide the public with information regarding utility executive compensation systems and current trends in those systems, especially as they're focused on safety and improving safety performance, public safety. We also want to provide some utility-specific information regarding the utilities processes of developing an executive compensation system. We're going to present the results of our contractor North Star Consulting's research on executive compensation. We're presenting possible changes or potential changes to the 2022 or 2023 executive compensation guidelines. Finally, we're seeking feedback on those ideas. Mainly, we're interested in written feedback submitted to the relevant docket 2022-EC, but there will be plenty of opportunity during the workshop to provide us with verbal feedback as well. I want to remind everybody that docket 2022-EC on the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety website, you can find it there. That's your source of information on this proceeding. You'll be able to find today's presentation and reports in that docket eventually. I'll need to post all of those to the docket. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So really briefly, this morning's workshop agenda is a brief introduction, which is what you're hurtling through right now. After that, we'll have a consultant presentation by John Ellerman, who's got a lot of important information to share about executive compensation and utilities. We'll take a brief 10-minute break after his presentation. Then for investor-owned utilities, we'll make presentations, and that'll take about an hour. After that, there'll be a short staff presentation by me, and then we'll break for lunch. So just a quick word about the utility presentations. We have asked them to make short presentations covering three things: the timing and processes of the development of their executive compensation structures. We'd like to get an answer to this question: what's the absolute final date we can issue executive compensation guidelines for 2022 that can be incorporated into their 2022 executive compensation submissions? And I mean, we all recognize that the likely answer to that is it depends on what's new in the guidelines, but we would appreciate knowing what the range is depending on how we modify the guidelines. And finally, we're looking for them to give us a heads up regarding changes that are being considered for their 2022 executive compensation structures, at least in broad terms, if not with whatever specificity they can provide at this time. We'll be proceeding through the utility presentations in alphabetical order, starting with Bear Valley, then going to San Diego Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison. We'll wrap up with Pacific Gas and Electric. Next slide, please. And after lunch, we'll have two presentations by our contractor, North Star Consulting. They'll present their research data and findings regarding best practices in safety-oriented industries. We'll have a brief break, followed by a longer presentation from North Star regarding potential changes to the guidelines. And finally, at the end of the workshop, we'll have a facilitated comments, questions, and answer session. I'm hoping that will be at least an hour. We've scheduled it for about 75 minutes. Next slide, please. Okay. So we will be considering all the feedback made regarding the ideas presented in this workshop. However, if you want to have your comments considered to have a potential impact on the draft 2022 executive compensation guidance, then we really will need your feedback by October 15th of this year. I want to emphasize this. We recognize how late we are in the process for the utilities. As a result, we expect to focus changes for the 2022 guidance on requiring more transparency and consistency in the executive compensation submissions. We will have a 30-day comment period once we release the draft guidance. And we expect to have the 2022 draft guidance issued in December of this year, absolute latest early of next year. And we're planning on issuing the executive compensation guidance for 2023 by the end of June next year to give the utilities 6 to 9 months advance notice on any substantial changes that we're making. Next slide, please. So I will be trying to keep the workshop on schedule, but time permitting, we will have question and answer sessions at the end of the presentations. I do want to emphasize an important ground rule for the proceeding, which is that comments and questions should say focused on what's being presented. You can use the Zoom Q&A function to type in questions to us. If possible, we will address those comments and questions at the workshop. If not, presuming we can match your name with the chat question and answer with your registration, we'll be able to answer your questions after the workshop. Next up is a presentation by John Ellerman. Mr. Ellerman has over 44 years of experience as an executive compensation consultant. He worked for Willis Towers Watson for 32 years. For 15 of those years, Mr. Ellerman served as the managing principal of the executive compensation and rewards practice for the firm's Western US region. In 2010, Mr. Ellerman, along with several other partners, formed the independent consultancy named Pay Governance LLC. Over his career, he's worked extensively with energy sector clients, helping them to develop executive compensation system, and he's recently retired from Pay Governance. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to John.
John, you're on mute. You need to unmute yourself.
You're on mute, John.
There you go, John.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the introduction, Adrian. Good morning to the attendees and those in attendance today. I'm speaking to you from Dallas, Texas, which is my home. I've got a pretty full agenda today in that I'm going to try to be as informative as possible and teach you as much about executive compensation, both within the utility industry specifically and incentive compensation, as well as overall executive compensation guiding principles. In particular, I want to focus on incentive compensation plans in the investor-owned utility industry sector and how they incorporate safety measures into their incentive approach. I'm also going to address certain issues that have been identified as critical to our discussion today, such as other regulatory influences like those of the SEC, the Treasury Department, and so forth. I'm also going to close out with some discussion about the important role that the compensation committee of a publicly traded company board of directors plays in this overall governance and steering and direction of executive compensation. And then finally, just to emphasize a point that Adrian made, I would request that you take notes along the way, and should you have questions hopefully we will be able to get to them at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, you'll see on this slide that there are two graphs. One graph has got total executive compensation, which emphasizes the 5 components of executive pay. And then to the right is what we refer to as total direct compensation. And I think it's important that I try to keep you informed of our terminology. Well, first of all, there are 5 elements to total executive compensation. The difference between the two charts rest with perquisites and employee benefits. Now let's look at each of these components individually. Base salary, it's pretty straightforward. Most of you know what base salary is. It is in fact a fixed component of compensation. Annual incentive is what is commonly referred to as an annual bonus. And the distinction between an annual incentive and a long-term incentive compensation element is that the annual incentive has a measurement period of 1 year or less. We may decide to defer the payment for 6 months or so after the performance period, but the key is that we're measuring performance over 1 year. Long-term incentive compensation is a little bit more complicated in that long-term incentive compensation includes such elements of pay as stock options, restricted stock, performance shares, performance units, and there are a number of hybrid approaches to long-term incentive compensation. The key here is that we tend to measure performance for a period of greater than 1 year. So the typical performance period for a long-term incentive award is 3 years, sometimes as long as 5 years. And then in the past, we've seen stock options that have actually had a performance term of 10 years. On the benefit side, and the reason why I'm de-emphasizing it, is that if you take employee benefits and perquisites and look at their total value as a part of the value of the entire compensation opportunity for a highly paid executive like a CEO, it will typically be less than 20% of the total picture. Employee benefits are those benefits that are typically awarded to all employees in the company. So we're talking about pension and retirement plans, health insurance, 401k plans, group life insurance, and any other benefit that's paid fully to all employees. Whereas perquisites are much more restrictive in their use and participation. A typical perquisite would be a supplemental executive retirement plan or some type of supplemental executive physical for a highly paid executive. Another perquisite that gets a lot of attention these days is the use of corporate aircraft for personal reasons by an executive. Again, these though are relatively small in terms of the overall picture of executive pay. And it's the 3 elements, the long-term incentive and the annual incentive plus base salary, that are the primary components. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about base salary. Again, I think you're pretty familiar with this. It's a fixed compensation cost, and that distinguishes it from the other forms of direct compensation, annual incentives and long-term incentives. For a highly paid executive, like a CEO who has an $8 million to $10 million total pay opportunity in a given year, you'll find that his base salary represents only 10 to 20% of the total picture. And for the other named executive officers, and when I make reference to named executive officers, or NEOs, that refers to the corporate officers who are included in a proxy statement of the company. And their base salary may be 20 to 30% of the total opportunity. But again, incentive compensation, which is a variable cost, makes up the greatest portion. All of you are familiar with the fact that salaries are typically reviewed annually. And there are a number of considerations that go into the adjustment of base salaries from one year to the next. And that includes assessments of an executive's performance, the market responsive market competitiveness, meaning that we want to make sure that our executives are paid fairly vis-a-vis to others holding similar positions in companies of comparable size in our same industry. Annual incentives. This is a variable cost. And it's a very popular and regular form of compensation. Again, frequently referred to as the annual bonus that executives participate in. And again, we talk about the one-year performance measurement period. Here's an important little point. I'm getting into the weeds a little bit here, but that next to last bullet under annual incentives. Annual incentives are typically paid in cash within 75 days following completion of the fiscal year. If the bonus is paid within 75 days following the close of the business year, the company will be able to capture its tax deduction and deduct the expense of annual incentive compensation back in the year in which the bonuses were earned. So if I paid bonuses before March 15th of 2022, the compensation expense that I accrued over the course of 2021, all of that will in fact be permissible, but I have to pay it within 75 days. Next page, please. Long-term incentive compensation is quite complicated. It's the most complex form of compensation that we have. It typically pays its executives in the form of company stock. And the other key indicator here is that the long-term incentive plan is typically tied directly to the company's share price. Now, another distinction is that this makes up the greatest portion of a CEO's compensation. The present value of that compensation opportunity, which is reported in the summary compensation table of the annual proxy statement, in fact, may be as high as 5 to 10 times salary. So if I have an executive who has a $1 million base salary as a CEO, it would not, if in fact we're talking about a large investor-owned utility with a market cap of 50 billion or more, you would probably expect to see a long-term incentive award have equal to 10 times his base salary or $10 million. Now, there's another important point here in that what you see in the proxy statement is not what the individual actually earned. This is an estimate based upon the terms of the long-term incentive award at the date of grant. Again, remember, we're talking about a 3, 5, or sometimes even a 10-year measurement period to determine what the size of this award will be and earned over the longer term. So therefore, the accounting profession has, and through FASB, has released ASC 718. And what they say in 718 is that companies are required to establish the fair value at the date of grant the value of the long-term incentive award. And in making that estimate, the company then is permitted to accrue that cost over the vesting period. Much of this is done using very sophisticated financial models. Some of you may have heard of the Black-Scholes option pricing model that is used to capture the expense and the estimated fair value of a stock option. Next slide, please. All right, let's go back to annual incentives. Let's drill down here a little bit. Most annual incentive plans today, and I've stated the objectives of an annual incentive plan, which is obvious, but the award opportunity is very formulaic. And in a typical example, we would have the participant's base salary, his target opportunity, which is expressed as a percentage of his salary. Then there is measurement of the performance achieved. And some companies have what I refer to as a modifier, something which I'll go over with you in a little bit, is the safety modifier that Duke Energy uses. In this particular example, then, we've got an executive, probably a CEO, who's got a salary of $1 million with a target annual incentive opportunity of 150% of base pay. Let's say that the company achieved 112% of its performance targets. So therefore, I make the calculation, but also I have to give it a 10% haircut because we had a poor performance rating this year, for example. Many times this performance modifier, especially in the private sector in general industry, is tied to something we call total shareholder return, which is simply the change in share price from one year to the next and the payment of dividends, assuming that the dividends are reinvested at the end of the month in which they're declared. And so in this particular example, 1 million times 150% times 112%, and then a 10% haircut to that entire opportunity resulted in a $1,512,000 annual bonus. Another point that I think is important here is that companies have, in fact, pushed annual incentive opportunities much deeper into their organization. That is, I think, important to know. In fact, you're going to find some companies, the IBMs, the PepsiCos, and even some utilities will provide, some of my clients have provided an annual incentive opportunity to the entire workforce. And there's some good reasons for it. One, it's a wonderful mechanism for communicating what's important and what are the business goals and strategies of the company. And second, it's a variable cost. It takes that pressure off of base salary and the temptation to adjust base salaries dramatically upward from year to year. Next page, please. I've said this before that most annual incentives are in fact formulaic in their application. Performance goals and metrics are typically developed by top management and then reviewed by the board's compensation committee. So let's talk about this for just a brief second. We've got very important performance goals, and you can see I've given you just some broad categories. For most publicly traded companies in the industrial sector, those financial goals will make up 60 to 80% of the total annual incentive measurement. There may be some operational measures. And again, I've used those that are typically shown in the utility sector, O&M expense and reliability, and safety and environmental. And I will come to some examples in a minute. Well, the key here is that the annual performance goals are typically evaluated and established in the last quarter of the current fiscal year. So if I'm going to set performance targets for my 2022 annual incentive plan, I'm going to be engaged in some fairly rigorous planning of performance outcomes and establishing goals and targets, which will be established. That is management's responsibility. But once they have it, they take it to the compensation committee of the board. And that is typically done in January or February of 2022. The key is they typically want to get the performance targets and the goals that are going to be applicable to annual incentives included and set in stone by the end of March 31st, if in fact the company's on a calendar year, or after 3 months. This particular process, this debate, and the rigor that is embedded in the establishment of performance goals and metrics is a very rigorous one. And I can't overemphasize its importance. Another thing that's shown on the slide, I think it's important for you, is that when we set a performance goal, for the most part, it's going to be a target for which 100% of the achievement will be the scorecard. So if I had an earnings per share goal that makes up 50% of my bonus opportunity, and we hit that earnings per share target right on the button, then we're going to pay 100% or 50% of the target annual incentive. And we typically build a range around these. There is a threshold. With financial metrics, that threshold can be as high as 80 to 90% of the target. And the maximum can be like 110 to 120% or 125% of the target. And we have a range of outcomes where we will pay, if in fact we get over the threshold, we're going to pay anywhere between 50 to 200% of the bonus target for the participant. And we use straight line interpolation. Again, most companies make this a very mathematical process. They look at the goals, they look at the target opportunity, and if I had performance that was at the 75% of the achievement of the payout of target, then I would think that 75% would also be the payout under this example I presented. One final comment I want to make. There are two different kinds of goals or targets that are regularly used, and we refer to them as either absolute or relative. An absolute goal is a singular goal, like earnings per share or a 5% reduction in safety mishaps. This is established in isolation. It comes directly from the company's business planning process, and we refer to it as an absolute goal. Most annual incentive targets or goals are in fact absolute. But there is also another category, and that's what we refer to as relative targeting or relative goals. If in fact our total shareholder return equals 95% of the average total shareholder return for a group of peer companies, we match ourselves to 10 other utilities, then that's a relative performance measurement. When we started adopting total shareholder return as an important metric a little more than 5 years ago, relative performance measurement became much more important to the whole performance measurement process. Next slide, please. The goal setting process. Annual goals and targets. I've already told you about the discussion that occurs in the negotiation between the compensation committee of the board and top management. And the board probably has, this is probably the toughest single task that the board's compensation committee will have to make. You want to make sure that your performance goals are aligned with company performance and that they're reasonable and realistic. And coming to that point and depending upon management to present you with all of the benchmarking and planning that went into setting a particular performance target is important. Here's, again, a performance modifier, which I talked about. Not all annual incentive plans have this, but I think that it's a best practice. And lately we've seen total shareholder return become very, very popular in the general industry sector as a modifier. And I've seen situations where, yes, the company earned a bonus score of 125% of target. And so everyone is expecting a payout of 125%. But we tacked on to the back of that a performance modifier. And in this particular case, the company had a performance modifier that was tied to share price performance over the past year. And we did not have a positive share price performance. So you will see that 125% bonus achievement, in fact, reduced down to something like 75 or 50% of the performance target. Next slide, please. This is a good example of an annual incentive plan. I captured this from the Duke Energy most recent proxy statement. Now, understand that a proxy statement is an SEC reporting requirement, and a chart like this or something comparable to it is, in fact, a reporting requirement. This is going to show, well, first of all, this proxy statement was released in April of 2021 to shareholders in the investment community. The scorecard shows that we had really 4 major categories. We had, and look at the very far left-hand column, we had adjusted earnings per share, operations and maintenance expense, operational excellence, and you can see there were a whole bunch of metrics under that, including safety and environmental, and then finally customer satisfaction. Each of those goals is weighted. In this particular example, the weightings only come to 80% because Duke gives a 20% metric to individual performance based upon management by objectives and individual goals and targets that are applicable to that position. So here we're only showing 80%. You can see also, as I noted before, threshold, target, maximum. Here's the actual result, $5.12 subtotal. Now, later, when you get a chance to read these footnotes, this is a really interesting situation. 50% of the bonus opportunity at Duke is tied to a single financial metric, which is earnings per share. And they're showing the result to be $5.12. That is an adjusted earnings per share. In 2020, Duke made several adjustments to its operating results as recognition of the pandemic and COVID-19. They really only earned $4.50, yet their plan allowed them to report an adjusted EPS of $5.12. What really happened in this case was that Duke's compensation committee elected to reduce that payout of 150%, 119, 140, and 64. The total payout came to something like 90% or 95 if you look at the weightings and do the math calculations. However, Duke only paid 51% of target opportunity for 2020. Key to that also was that performance modifier, in that Duke had a fatality among its workforce. And that was a substantial reduction to the performance calculation. You'll see all companies, though, utilities and non-utilities alike, having some kind of scorecard like this. I think this Duke one is a very good one because it gives you the threshold, target, maximum, and the result, and how they calculated it and the weightings. Some companies are not quite as elaborate or as extensive in that kind of reporting. Next, please. Let's skip now to long-term incentives. Long-term incentives address a number of important objectives for the company, but not the least of which, the most important, is to build long-term value of the company. Yes, it can serve as a wonderful retention vehicle because you have to stick around 3 to 5 years to get it. It does, in fact, reinforce a pay-for-performance culture, etc. Another thing that it does is that it counterbalances the short-term focus of annual incentives. There's all kinds of long-term incentive vehicles in place. You're familiar with stock options. You seldom see stock options used in the utility sector these days. There are some companies that do, but they're not as prominent as they were. The reason why options are not particularly performance, and this is true in the general industry sector as well, is that about 10 years ago, or maybe a little longer than that, companies had to start recognizing the expense for stock options on the income statement. That was not the case before. And then the other thing, it takes probably 3 to 4 shares of stock options to equal to the value of one restricted share or one performance share. So therefore, it's much more dilutive. And that is very troublesome, obviously, to the investor community. Most companies grant long-term incentives on an annual basis. And it typically happens sometime in that first quarter at the time of the annual bonus determination. When the bonuses are awarded, you'll find that at that same meeting, companies will, in fact, make their annual grants of long-term incentive compensation. Another thing is that long-term incentive compensation is much more restrictive in its application than annual incentives. Whereas companies will push down annual bonus or annual incentive opportunities to all rank and file employees. However, unions being excluded, that seldom happens. But with respect to long-term incentives, I've seen some very large companies that restrict long-term incentive compensation grants to only 25 to 35 key executives. For someone in your industry, probably the norm is 250 to 500 participants if you had a 10,000 member workforce. Some companies, again, choose to take long-term incentive compensation deeper into their organization. It just varies from company to company and strategy to strategy. Next slide, please. So I just talked about those first 2 points, the size of the grant opportunities. Let me say one thing about grant opportunities. The higher you are up in the food chain, the greater your long-term incentive goal or your opportunity is going to be as a percentage of base salary. So for a CEO, I think if you were to look at some survey data today, the average is about 750% of the CEO's base pay is in the form of a long-term incentive on a value basis. And just below that, you will see the other named executive officers typically having opportunities in the 200% to 500% range. I also mentioned before that we have 3-year measurements, 5-year measurements. It's more typical these days to find a 3-year performance measurement cycle. The reason why is that it's very difficult, given all the variables that can play havoc on earnings goals and targets, past 3 years. It's just very hard for companies to foresee those and to recognize them in the establishment of goals. You will see something that's referred to as time-lapse restricted stock. 20 years ago, we couldn't use restricted stock. It is simply an award of company shares that will result in the executive earning those shares simply by showing up to the office. It is, in fact, nothing more than time lapse. There's no performance indicator associated with it whatsoever. But it is an important part of executive pay these days because companies are working hard to make sure that their management teams are tied to significant shareholder interest through grants of stock, and time-lapse restricted stock is the one way to do that. However, if you do see time-lapse restricted stock, seldom will you see, there are other situations that are different than this, but for the most part, it's going to be limited to like 30% of the total award opportunity. Next, please. And the rigor that a company's compensation committee goes through in interacting with top management and establishing those 3-year or 5-year performance goals, that's very typical. The other thing I failed to mention was that sometimes we see companies have 2 or 3 different types of long-term incentive compensation in play at the same time. That is not unusual. So I could have 70% of the opportunity awarded in the form of some performance shares tied to total shareholder return and a safety metric, but then 30% is in fact devoted to time-lapse restricted stock. Next slide, please. Okay, I pulled this from the proxy statement of the Southern Company. I hope you can read it. Again, you will have an opportunity to get copies of these slides. Let's go to the table at the top. Southern Company uses several different types of long-term incentive compensation. One is called PSUs. PSU is an acronym for performance share unit. The difference between a performance share and a performance share unit is that the unit has the ability to be paid in cash or stock, usually at the direction of the compensation committee of the board. Well, if you look at the first line under performance period to the far left, it says during the performance period 2017 to 2019, the performance shares that were awarded to executives at the Southern Company had 3 metrics. It was relative total shareholder return, consolidated return on equity, and then cumulative earnings per share. Also, there was the grant of some performance-based restricted stock units, but the metric associated with that is not shown on this particular slide. Well, if you keep going down, you're going to see that over the course of years, and now the grant that was made in 2020 for the 3-year measurement period of 2020 to 2022, they are again measuring their relative total shareholder return, their consolidated return on equity. They're no longer measuring cumulative EPS. Only the CEO has in his performance share goals, a greenhouse gas reduction goal. And that is for him and him alone. And there's other considerable discussion about what they measure. Now, here's another really interesting and unusual attribute of the Southern Company long-term incentive approach. See down at the very bottom, there's another graph there. It says maximum, 90th percentile or higher. That's their relative total shareholder return performance. So if they made a relative total shareholder return of 14%, and that was at the 90th percentile, then everyone's going to get 200% of the goals that they were, or the shares that they were granted. And there is also an absolute performance target of consolidated ROE. But what I want to make special mention of is come down to the very bottom where it says threshold. You can see that they are actually making a payment at the 10th percentile of relative performance. Now, the payout may be minimal if it's at 11, 12, 15, 20, or whatever, but they're still making a payout. That is an extraordinarily low performance threshold. In fact, you seldom see one that low. I don't know what precipitated the comp committee to agree to establish such a low performance target, but it is highly unusual. And I would imagine some shareholders are going to squawk because usually you have to get to at least to the 25th percentile and more likely the 35th or 45th percentile to have any kind of a payout on a long-term performance plan. Next slide, please. This is one of the better approaches to long-term incentive compensation that I've seen. And I wanted to include this for you. And here I'm going to show you another extreme of performance measurement. This is Duke's long-term incentive plan design. And they've got performance shares as well. And they measure 3 metrics: earnings per share on a 3-year cumulative basis. It's weighted 50% on total shareholder return against a select group of peer companies. And then they have a metric for total or for safety. And it is weighted 25% as well. And all of my research for this particular assignment in preparing this presentation for you today, other than the state of California, this is the only long-term incentive plan that I saw that had a safety metric included. But what's unusual here is that the target in terms of what to achieve is so high compared to. In other words, to get target, you have to be at $15 the cumulative EPS. Wait a minute. Go to the next slide, please. Here's the one that I want. This is their relative. This is one other graph or table that they use for measuring their performance. And Duke's safety metric is called TICR. And it's something that EEI helps them with. And it's the number of occupational injuries and illnesses per 100 employees. And they measure themselves against a group of companies. It's called the Group 1 Large Company Index. And it excludes, though, gas or companies that do not have gas or nuclear. And here, look at the performance scale here. In order to get at the 100% of your target award for that metric, you have to achieve 90th percentile. It means that Duke's TICR score has to be better than 9 of the 10 companies included in their peer group of comparables. Also, look, they don't pay anything for below the 75th percentile. And only when you get to the top of the company do you get a 200% payout. That is very unusual and atypical of the kinds of performance scales that we see. Okay, next slide, please. It's very important that executives hold a fair amount of company stock. That is an important consideration viewed by the investment community. So companies have what we call share ownership guidelines. And typically, an executive will have 5 years to reach the goal. But it means that he or she must hold number of shares of stock at its current share price equal to as much as 5 or 6 times the executive's base salary. Another key consideration with respect to long-term incentives is dilution and the number of shares that we hold in our plan. Anytime that a company wants to use new shares for purposes, whether they purchase them on the open market or they drop down treasury shares or whatever the vehicle may happen to be, they have to have shareholder approval. So therefore, companies very closely watch the number of shares that they hold in reserve for purposes of long-term incentive compensation. Next slide, please. I did go back and look at the incentive compensation plans of 10 prominent utilities. The only California utility that I included was Sempra. And I just took these from a list. In fact, this is the list of companies that are included in the peer group for NextEra Energy, but it includes NextEra. And you can see that 2 companies, American Electric Power and Exelon, do not measure safety anywhere in their annual incentive plans. With respect to long-term incentives, Duke was the only one that I saw. And you can refer to this slide later to look at specifically the metrics that they're using and how they measure it. Next slide, please. Okay, I would say that up to this point, you're probably discouraged by the absence of safety as a regular form of performance metric in the incentive compensation plans of large investor-owned utilities. But I'm telling you, there is hope right around the corner. And that is something, this is a sweeping wave. It's called ESG, which stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance criteria. The idea is to move away from solely shareholder primacy as the governing principle of a publicly traded corporation, and instead to consider criteria that are of critical importance to all stakeholders, whether they be shareholders, employees, customers, the local community, or others with a vested interest in the company's performance outcomes. This has just emerged over the course of the past 5 years. You can't pick up a copy of the Harvard Business Review without reading 1 or 2 articles about this particular subject. And I just gave a very important presentation to University of Texas Graduate Business School last week on this very subject. The institutional investors are behind a lot of this. Big institutional investors who really put their foot out are BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, and CalPERS, but all of them have some clear interest in it. What we have seen too is some research by my firm and others is that the UK and EU companies, as well as their utilities, they're 1 to 2 years ahead of the US. in terms of adopting ESG and incorporating them into incentive compensation plans. I don't think we will know much more about ESG, although there's a lot of written material about the subject, but we will really find out how sweeping this change is in the 2022 proxy season, meaning that proxies that come out in April of 2022 in May, then we'll start to see exactly what corporate America has done to adopt this new governance principle. This, to our mind, is the biggest change in executive compensation delivery in the past 20 years, because the typical corporate company, remember, shareholder primacy was our primary driver. We were putting the shareholder above all other constituents and stakeholders of the company. Well, that is swiftly changing. And now financial metrics are being dropped back to 40, 50, 60% of the total incentive opportunity. And ESG is suddenly surfacing. Next slide, please. A couple of things I think you need to know. One is that the SEC is going to release mandatory ESG disclosure rules very shortly. We've been waiting for them. It's so late in the year, however, that I doubt that they will be applicable for 2022 disclosures, but more likely 2023, because the SEC always gives a comment period of 90 days or longer for corporate America to respond to new reporting guidance. Institutional investors are going to continue to use ESG as an important lever. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the proxy fight that occurred at ExxonMobil a couple of months ago. In that proxy fight, a relatively small institutional investor named Engine Number One, which was somebody that none of us had really heard of, they wanted ExxonMobil to swiftly change its corporate drivers and its business strategy to suddenly reduce its carbon footprint. And they wanted an elimination of the carbon footprint for ExxonMobil by 2030. A lot of negotiations occurred. It ended up with Engine Number One getting two of their nominees to serve on the board of directors, which was a big defeat for ExxonMobil. And the institutional investors that I told you about before, the big boys, the vanguards of the world, they were very, very prominent in this particular matter, in that they jumped into the fray as well and held considerable influence over the decisions made by ExxonMobil. Next slide, please. So what are some of these ESG performance metrics? These are the ones that we typically see. The most prominent in the environmental sector are energy efficiency, renewable energy, and carbon emissions, or greenhouse gas. Now, social is really almost an acronym for human resources, because that's what's being measured. It's human resources related metrics, with the exception of maybe community impact. But look at what we're looking at: diversity, human capital, inclusion and belonging, and employee safety. And when it comes to employee safety, these are the three key metrics that we found companies reporting on. Next slide, please. This is an interesting slide. Almost every public company today of Fortune 1000 size or less is going to have a slide like this. One of the things that I was asked to do was to, in fact, provide best practices. Well, here's what the Southern Company thinks are its best practices. And each year they will put into their proxy statement this chart and it'll say what we do and what we don't do. And I challenge you to find risk, or excuse me, not risk, but safety included in any of this. It's just not there, even though safety is very important in the performance metrics of the company. Next slide, please. So I would just like to comment a little further on that. What do I think are best practices? Well, as Adrian told you earlier, I've been at this business for about 44 years, and I've probably designed a couple thousand incentive plans. And here's what I keep going back to this every time I confer with a company. Your best practice in your incentive plan is going to be meaningful if there's a strong alignment between your business strategy, your planning, and the performance metrics that you include in the incentive plan. Another thing that I think is important is that those goals need to be rigorous and fair, yet achievable. And I've had way too many clients who have adopted performance goals that are just so far beyond the reach of management's influence, and they're out of the water before they even get started. So make sure that, go through this planning process carefully and make sure that they're rigorous and fair. Incentive compensation goals that are within management's influence. Again, you want management to engage in behaviors that are important to the achievement of performance goals and execution of the business strategy. So therefore, make sure that you give them performance goals that they can directly influence and that they have a good line of sight to. Another key, and here's a place where I will be critical of the utility industry, annual incentive plan goals that are reasonable in number. It is not uncommon to see some large utility organizations with annual incentive opportunities that measure 20 to 30 performance goals. All they're doing is spreading the risk. Management cannot pay attention to and cannot influence more than, say, 5 or 6 key performance targets or performance goals in a year. So cut them back, put them down to something that's reasonable. Don't include 7 safety metrics, 10 financial metrics, 3 environmental metrics, and wrap them all up in the same plan. Nothing will get achieved. And all you have done is frustrate management. Finally, the communication about incentive plan performance expectations and measurements also is really, really an important consideration. Next slide, please. All right, I'm coming to the wrap up. There are some people out there who have a lot to say about executive compensation and especially incentive compensation. The biggest player in this regard is the Securities and Exchange Commission. The Securities and Exchange Commission is by far the largest federal regulatory authority. And their mission in life is to protect shareholder interest, to make sure that the individual investor is not frauded and is receiving disclosures that are accurate and timely and allowing the individual to make a realistic decision about investment. Now, in the whole area of disclosure, when you pick up a proxy statement today for a Fortune 1000 company, at least 25 pages of that proxy statement is going to be tied to executive compensation information. There is so much information regarding executive pay in a proxy statement that it's also mind-blowing. It's both there in terms of written form, as well as numerous tables that are required. Some key things that the SEC has particular influence on is the annual say on pay. Public companies are required to give their shareholders each year a say on pay vote as to whether or not they accept and like or dislike and do not approve of their executive compensation program. The truth of the matter is more than 90% of companies today get a performance score of 90% or higher on that particular metric. But there's a lot that goes into it. The failure rate is 50. There's a CEO pay ratio, which is a relatively new metric. Here we look at the direct compensation of the CEO, and we look at the total pay of a rank and file worker at the median. And we establish what that ratio is. So if your CEO has total direct compensation of $1 million and your average employee gets total compensation of $100,000 per year, then the ratio is 1 to 10. The Treasury continues to make adjustments to the Internal Revenue Code, which can be really frustrating for all of us. Here are 3 really big sections of the Internal Revenue Code that have a great influence on pay. These are code sections 162M, 280G, and 409A. And then finally, the Financial Accounting Standards Board. The one thing that they really have a lot of influence on is how companies are able to expense and their accounting for stock-based compensation. And that's all embedded in ASC 718. Next page. There's a boogeyman out there, and he goes by the name of ISS. There's probably no other single organization sometimes that gets more discussion in the compensation committee meeting than ISS. ISS stands for Institutional Shareholder Services. This is what is referred to as a proxy advisory firm. There's another one that's also influential called Glass Lewis, but ISS is by far the largest. When a company has to vote an annual proxy statement, many of those votes will deal with executive compensation matters, like the say on pay vote, like the approval of additional shares to be added to a long-term incentive plan. Well, ISS will advise the Fidelities and the Vanguards and CalPERS and these other large institutional investors on how to vote those proxies. Regularly, they provide a negative voting advice recommendation to about 350 companies each year. But yet only about 50 to 60 companies fail. The pass rate is 50%. And again, more than 90% of companies get more than 90%. But this is a real hammer point for board compensation committees, because if you fail the say on pay vote and your executive pay plan did not stand the test of ISS or Glass Lewis or other key institutions, then in fact, the institutional investors will become very proactive in addressing executive pay matters at your company. And there's nothing that frustrates a board more than that. Next page, please. Let's talk about the board's compensation committee. The board's compensation committee has a very important agenda. They typically meet 4 times a year. Usually the executive compensation consultant that is advising that committee is in those meetings as well. I regularly attend 4 board or 4 compensation committee meetings a year per client. Well, what are their responsibilities? And here's a laundry list. One of the most important is to evaluate the CEO's performance and recommend any adjustments to his or her pay. The CEO, in turn, will look at the people that report to him or her and make recommendations on how that pay should be adjusted, and will show it. And that third bullet point, I think, is their most important one, and that's approving and reviewing those performance metrics, goals, and targets to the incentive compensation plans. There are some others that are in there as well, but it's a very full agenda. Now, these directors who serve on boards of directors of large Fortune S&P 500 companies are paid very well. They're paid, in most cases, right around $300,000 a year, maybe more than that or less than that, depending upon the company. But they're paid very well, and they have a very, very difficult task. With that, I'm going to turn this back to Adrian, and I hope I have time to engage with you later to discuss any questions that may have been raised.
Well, I think we have a couple of different questions that have been typed into chat.
Okay.
We've got about 9 or 10 minutes here that we can go ahead and handle those questions. If Alan or Jessica would like to go ahead and read those out loud. If you type the question to me, go ahead and be the person who reads the question. I think there was a request from Paul Marconi that we display slide 11 again, but I think that might have been as part of another question that was answered. So
Okay.
Let us know, Paul, if that's not the case. So I think.
Hi, Adrian. This is Jessica.
Hi.
I will read you one of the first questions from Will Abrams. So the question reads, if the shareholders are largely protected from utility liabilities like wildfires through the California Wildfire Fund, and the executives from the utilities do not have such protections, will any executive compensation structure tied to performance be blunted, given that executives' first and foremost answer is to shareholders? And then there's a second part of the question, might we discourage otherwise highly qualified executives from seeking positions at IOUs if their incentive structures are not aligned with utility investor incentive structures?
Okay, I think that with respect to the first question, I think the focus on ESG and the fact that utility executive plans are being revised as we speak, and we're probably going to see a whole new set for 2022. I think that the emphasis upon safety is going to be clearly obvious. Could you repeat the second part of the question, or the first one again, please?
Sure. Yeah, so the second part of the question is, might we discourage otherwise highly qualified executives from seeking positions at IOUs if their incentive structures are not aligned with utility investor incentive structures? And let me know if you'd like me to read the first part, the first question again.
Let me answer this one. Well, that's a tough question. First of all, there is probably a gap in pay between investor-owned utilities and general industry. Companies of comparable size in general industry probably pay a CEO 25% or more greater pay opportunity than the CEO of an investor-owned utility. Now, is that going to thwart somebody from aside. Usually I find that those executives who are attracted to the particular industry are very committed to it. And I can't see executives, they already know they're getting a little bit of a pay cut, but at the same time, I don't think that the change in metrics or the emphasis upon safety or security or environmental or whatever other metrics that you include are going to be that compelling to make them make a difference, or not consider joining a utility.
Okay, I think we can mark that one as answered. How about the second question here from Stacy Hunter? Jessica, you want to handle that?
Sure. Yeah, so the question from Stacy Hunter is, what would be a good CEO pay ratio?
We've tried to benchmark that by industry, and we come up with absolutely no conclusions. The numbers tend to drift all over the place. We find that the typical median employee salary or direct compensation is about $150,000 per year. And given that, and let's say that we had a CEO of a large utility who had a $10 million total direct compensation package, which would be considered reasonable at this point. Therefore, somebody can do the math, but that would be a ratio that I would typically see. But these numbers tend to fluctuate all over the place. Think about retailers who've got all those hourly employees. And at the same time, look at your own industry where you have all that engineering and technical talent that is highly paid to be competitive. And so it just varies from industry sector to industry sector.
Adrian, we do have one hand raised from William Abrams who'd like to ask his question.
Okay, could you do me a favor? And Paul is still interested in seeing slide 11 again. So if you could go ahead and put that up on the screen, I'd appreciate it. I think that's the last typed question that we have. Or no, Chris Parks has a typed question too. So
that's slide 11 up on the screen right now.
Thanks, appreciate it. And Chris Parks, his question is, it appears several companies have adopted an employee safety metric. What is an effective metric for public safety?
Most of I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this, but I typically see it in environmental incidents. And companies tend to be no more specific than that. The occurrence of an environmental incident is our public concern. Now, I did find one utility that had a gas leak and gas outage, but it was a utility that was both electric and gas. And that was the way that they measured public safety.
I'll go ahead and allow William Abrams to ask his
Yeah, I was
question.
going to say he's
Will,
last
you
one.
should be able to unmute yourself.
Great, thanks very much, and thank you for the great conversation. I did want to just follow up on the question that I wrote on the Q&A to I guess help clarify a bit. So part of my concern is that lately we see value to shareholders not fluctuating based upon wildfires and other liabilities coming to utilities because of the regulatory structures and the California Wildfire Fund and other things that sort of protect those investor interests. So, I'm really trying to understand how we start to align interests where investors and executives are tied to the safety performance of a company. And, as I said in my Q&A, right, first and foremost, CEOs and other executives have a responsibility to shareholders. So, really just concerned and wondering if there is any best practices out there about how we tie investor incentives and executives incentives together with safety performance so that we're all on the same page in terms of where the focus needs to be. Thank you.
Good question. There are actually some mutual funds now that have a separate set of investor funds that they select the companies that are going to they're going to purchase and hold in their portfolios solely on their ESG performance. And I think that's quite interesting. And I think that ESG is going to be the vehicle that will, in fact, somewhat reduce that shareholder influence and bring other influences into the equation. There's another thing, and I didn't mention this in my presentation too. Most of these ESG metrics are multi-year measurements, meaning that what good is it to measure reduction in employee turnover over a one-year period? If you set a rigorous and effective goal for reducing employee turnover in a particular location or even company-wide, it seems to me that's something that you have to measure on a 3-year basis. And so at a minimum, and maybe even longer than that. And so far companies are not there. There's these metrics of ESG. There may be as many as 50 or more boutique consulting firms that are out there capturing ESG data by company and by industry sector. And as that becomes more prolific and we have more companies measuring ESG and bringing and having executives and boards have a vested interest in those measurements, I think our chances for success in getting executives to diminish some of the over-influence on financial metrics and shareholder interest will start to diminish.
Okay. Well, we're running about 5 minutes long at this point. I think we need to go ahead and start the break. Let's go ahead and keep it at 10 minutes because it's not too long at the moment. And we'll be back at 10:40 for the utility presentations. Okay, it looks like it's 10:40 and we're now going into the utility presentations. I think first up is Keith Switzer with Golden State Water, who's presenting for BVES. Whenever you're ready, James, to start the presentation.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Or Adrian, can you hear me? Okay.
You're a little tinny sounding, I think, maybe, but I think you're coming through.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody.
You
My name is-
hold it a little bit closer. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I
That's
think.
okay. My name is Keith Switzer, and I am, as Adrian said, a vice president of Golden State Water. Golden State is an affiliate of Bear Valley Electric. And so I'm going to speak on behalf of Bear Valley Electric. Again, I want to thank Adrian for inviting us today. Next slide. I wanted to talk a little bit about Bear Valley Electric because some of you may not even know about Bear Valley, and we're magnitudes different than some of the other presentations you might hear today. Bear Valley is small utility. It's small on an absolute scale. We have just under 25,000 customers, and we have 45 employees total. Our annual revenues are about $40 million. Our service area is quite small as well. As you can imagine, it's 32 square miles. We basically serve the communities that surround Big Bear Lake and the San Bernardino Mountains. Our service territory is pretty rural, and obviously it's a mountain community. Our biggest load, if you will, is the two ski areas that operate in our service territory. Bear Valley is also small on a relative basis. As I said, I work for Golden State Water. That's an affiliate of Bear Valley. Our parent company is American States Water, or AWR. Bear Valley, as a percent of AWR revenue, is under 10%. It's about 8%. The biggest part of AWR is the water utility that's in California and regulated by the commission. Golden State Water, the company I work for, they're roughly 2/3 of the AWR family. Bear Valley represents about a little less than 10%. And we have a third affiliate that is a unregulated operations doing utility type service and military bases outside of California. And lastly, Bear Valley is relatively new as a standalone company. It was created in July of last year through a corporate reorganization approved by the commission. The commission issued a decision in late 2019 authorizing our request to do the reorganization, and it was finalized and implemented in July of 2020. Prior to that, Bear Valley had been operated as a division of the water company for many years, I think in excess of 60 years, but it was not a standalone company. It was just a division. Can we go to the next slide? So just a general overview, Bear Valley does have an executive compensation program, and it has multiple components, very similar to what Mr. Hogan just described. We have currently a plan that has 4 components. It has a base salary component, a quarterly term incentive plan, a short-term incentive plan, and a long-term incentive plan. And I'll talk about each of those a little bit more as I go through the presentation. So we go to the next slide. So as I said, Bear Valley did not exist as a company until July of last year. So it did not have an executive compensation plan. There were no officer level positions in what was Bear Valley Services, the division of Bear Valley Electric. Once it became a company, we needed to create an executive compensation plan and create an executive position in Bear Valley. So that first plan was our 2021 executive compensation plan. And that was submitted to what was formerly the Wildfire Safety Division in January of 2021. So as we put together that plan, there were a couple of things that were somewhat unique to Bear Valley, maybe relative to some of the other companies that are here today. One was, as we were developing the plan, there were equity considerations within the AWR family. By that, I mean, we have several officers at AWR. We have a TDC, which is multi-component, similar to what Bear Valley now has. And so there were equity considerations about the overall TDC of the officers at Bear Valley relative to the officers of Golden State Water and how they compared across the companies. And then the composition of the TDC, we have a long-term experience with executive compensation in Golden State Water that has a certain composition of TDC, and we're trying to be consistent across the two companies. And as we did that, that created some consternation of how we addressed base salary for the newly created position of president of Bear Valley, because of considerations of how large the TDC would be and where the individual who became president of Bear Valley's salary already was. We had some conflicts, if you will, between how much of the TDC was in base salary relative to the guidelines we were seeing, and whether it made sense to blow up the TDC in order to keep the current base salary at the level that it was and be within the guidelines of the executive compensation. So next slide, please. So what we submitted in January of 2021 was a 3-component structure. It had base salary, STIP, which is our short-term incentive plan, which is analogous to the annual incentive plan that Mr. Ellerman spoke about. And then LTIP, or long-term incentive plan, which is a 3-year plan, basically. We had 16 performance metrics between the STIP and the LTIP, and we had basically 2/3 of the TDC was at base salary. That was consistent with the structure that we had for officers of Golden State Water. And in our submission, we explained why that number was what it was and the constraints that we were trying to operate within. But that plan was rejected. We got a action statement from Wildfire Safety in April of 2021 that denied the plan that was submitted, and it gave Bear Valley 15 days to submit a new plan. So if we can go to the next slide. So in response to that, we submitted a revised plan in May of this year, and in place of the 3-tiered or 3-component compensation plan, we created a 4th tier or a 4th structure. It still has a base salary, and it still has a short-term 1-year plan, incentive plan, and a long-term incentive plan, which is a 3-year plan. But we added, you can see the second bullet here, the quarterly incentive plan, which has 2 performance metrics, and those metrics are measured on a quarterly basis every 3 months and paid 4 times throughout the year. And so in that plan, our base salary was reduced down to just under 50%, 49.4%. The Q-tip was another 5.3%. The STIP is about 34% of the TDC, and the LTIP is 11.3%. So we can go to the next slide. The performance metrics, there are 16 metrics in the entire plan. 12 of them are safety-related metrics. Obviously, the base salary does not. That's typical base salary. But in the Q-tip, we have 2 metrics: fire incidents and employee electric contacts. Those are both considered safety metrics. The STIP is where we have the majority of the metrics. We have 13 in there, and the majority of them, 10 of them, are what we consider safety metrics. They're all tied to our wildfire safety plan, wildfire mitigation plan, I'm sorry, which has a transmission and distribution hardening projects in the plan, and all of the progress on all of those has been incorporated into as a performance metric into the executive compensation. And they're all listed here. And then in addition to those 10, we have 3 others. We have a supplier diversity utilization metric that's tied to the US DP General Order 156. And then we have performance on SOX audits, deficiencies. Actually, the target there is 0 deficiencies. And then there is a financial one, which is an EBITDA target. And then the long-term plan, which is, again, it pays out over 3 years. There's only 1 metric. We kind of view it as both a combination of financial and safety related, but it is a cumulative spending over the 3-year window on the wildfire mitigation capital projects in our wildfire mitigation plan. So this plan was, as I said, submitted in May. It was approved by Wildfire State, or what was formerly Wildfire Safety Division, in July or August, I believe. But this is our plan as of today, and it's been approved. If we can go to the last slide, this is a timeline for development of, I'll say, next year's plan. This is goes to the questions, I guess, that Adrian identified earlier today. So these are just rough dates, but sometime in the next month or two, the October, November timeframe, the Bear Valley management and the board will engage in an assessment of performance on the 2021 plan. After they do that, that'll kind of morph into a review of the metrics in the 21 plan and the development of 2022 metrics. That could be, just simply changing the target a little bit, maybe dropping a metric, maybe replacing it with one, but that would all happen in the kind of November, December timeframe. Our AWR board meets in January. Sometime in January, Bear Valley would finalize their 2022 metrics. They're not approved by the AWR board, but they probably would be topic of discussion. And then in early February, about, I'd say the first week or second week of February, the Bear Valley has its own board. They meet, and they would approve the 2022 plan. So that's the sort of a timetable for that. What I can tell you right now is that the assessment of 2021 has not begun. It will start very soon here. As far as of today, I think there's no plans to change any of the metrics for next year. But again, that annual assessment hasn't really begun, so that could change that. But as of today, there's no plans to change the plan. And then as far as the question about timing, this chart sort of shows you our timing going forward. If the guidelines come out and advocate for changes, my answer to the question of when's the drop deadline is sort of what Adrian articulated earlier, that it depends on the nature of the changes. If it's, encouraging certain massaging of metrics, of common metrics, that could probably come to us as late as November, December, and we could incorporate those. If there's more fundamental changes, that's going to be extreme. We probably maybe even have missed the boat to do that for 2022. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so before we go on to the San Diego Gas and Electric presentation by Debbie, I want to remind people that if they are going to, at the end of these presentations, if you're typing questions into the Q&A, to make sure that you designate which utility presentation the question is regarding, just in case we have time to do a Q&A at the end of these presentations. And that's it. I think it's on now to Debbie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Debbie Robinson. I'm the Director of Compensation and Payroll for Sempra Energy, which is the holding company. And my team provides executive compensation support for San Diego Gas and Electric, or SDG&E. Next slide, please. So today I'll be talking a little bit about AB 1054, which officers are covered, what are some of the key provisions. I'll give you a brief overview of our executive compensation program, talk about the annual approval cycles and timelines, and lastly, show you the executive or the safety measures in our annual incentive plan for 2021. Next slide. So the covered officers under AB 1054 are the executive officers of SDG&E, and you can see here the titles that are encompassed by that. It does not include other employees of SDG&E, and it doesn't include employees and executive officers of the holding company, Sempra Energy. It also is not applicable to employees of other Sempra Energy subsidiaries, such as SoCal Gas, Encore, and Enova. Next slide. So as we look at the executive compensation provisions in AB 1054, I provided some points on how SDG&E's program fits within those provisions. So first, AB 1054 provides that plans should be structured to promote safety as a priority and to ensure public safety and utility financial stability. So our variable pay plan, which is our annual incentive plan, we also refer to it sometimes as ICP. It includes performance measures, thank you, that promote employee, public, and operational safety. In fact, safety-related performance measures are the largest part of that plan, and they're weighted at 59% of the total. We also provide our executives with long-term equity-based incentives, and the LTIP, as John mentioned, is tied to company stock price, and it promotes long-term financial health and stability. The second provision under AB 1054 is that performance metrics be measurable and enforceable. And in our variable pay plan, our performance measures are quantitative, and also in the LTIP, or the long-term equity-based plan, performance measures are also formulaic. And after those performance results have been calculated, prior to being presented to the applicable board for approval, they're reviewed by Sempra Energy's Audit Services Department. And lastly, the compensation structure for any new or amended contracts for executive officers should be based on specified principles. SDG&E's executive officers don't have employment agreements, so that specific provision is not applicable in this case. Next slide. This slide just presents an overview of our total direct compensation, or TDC, as John referred to it in his presentation. So you have the fixed element, which is the base salary. That's, I think we all understand that. It's your paycheck that you receive every 2 weeks. And we generally benchmark that to the median of the market data. And then at the officer level, the larger proportion of the compensation falls in the at-risk category. And there are two components of that. There's the variable pay, which is the annual incentive plan, and there's the long-term equity-based compensation, which is the stock-based compensation plan. Within the variable pay plan, the 2021 performance measures and weightings are safety, employee and public safety operations, which is weighted at 59%. So that's the largest component. We have some metrics related to customers and customer service, which are weighted at 4%. Diversity and inclusion metrics are weighted at 5%. And we have several new D&I metrics for 2021. There is definitely more of a focus on ESG. And one component of that is diversity and inclusion. Then we have financial measures, which make up 27% of the plan, and individual performance, which makes up 5%. And then switching focus to the long-term equity-based compensation, equity awards for SDG&E officers are issued under Sempra Energy's long-term incentive plan. And it's a combination of performance and service-based restricted stock units. We have 2 performance measures, total shareholder return and earnings per share growth, and the awards are subject to a 3-year vesting period. Next slide. Now I'll go over the timelines each year that we follow as we develop each component of total direct compensation. Next slide. First is for the base salary. So we participate in market surveys every year, and we typically participate in the surveys in April, and the data comes out in October. So in October, we gather that market data, we meet with our managers in planning discussions and talk about salaries for the upcoming year. And in November, the SDG&E Board of Directors approves the salary adjustments for the upcoming year. And then those adjustments are effective in January. Next slide. And then this is the timeline for our variable compensation or our annual incentives. So from mid-year through October, we develop the proposed metrics for the upcoming year's plan. In November, those preliminary metrics are presented to the SDG&E board for their review and input. And then we use December and then January of the plan year to incorporate the board's input and finalize those performance metrics. And those plans and performance metrics are approved by the SDG&E board in February of the plan year. And then in March through December, we communicate the plans to employees, and throughout the year, we monitor performance and provide performance updates to employees. And then after the year concludes, so in January of the following year, we calculate the performance results for each performance measure. And as I mentioned, those performance results are then reviewed by the Sempra Energy Audit Services Department. And in February, they're presented to the SDG&E board for final approval, and the SDG&E board would also approve the specific awards for each executive officer. And then those awards are paid by March 15th of that year. Next slide. And then the last component of total direct compensation is the long-term equity-based compensation. So the timeline for the LTIP is similar to the variable pay. So from mid-year through October of the prior year, we're looking at the plan design and performance metrics for the upcoming year's plan. In November, the Compensation and Talent Development Committee of Sempra Energy's Board of Directors approves the structure. So the award design, what types of equity are going to be offered, what performance measures are going to be used, what vesting period is going to be used. All that is approved in November. Then the Compensation and Talent Development Committee meets again in December to approve the list of participants and the value to be granted to each participant. Awards are then granted in January on the first New York Stock Exchange trading day of the year. And again, the awards have a 3-year vesting cycle. And throughout the performance period, we're communicating with employees and providing performance updates. And then at the end of the performance period, or following the end of the performance period, the Compensation and Talent Development Committee certifies the performance results for the completed performance periods, and the awards vest and are paid out in stock. Next slide. Lastly, I just wanted to show you the safety measures in the variable pay plan. So it's been an evolution for SDG&E. We've always had safety as an emphasis, but it's increased in weighting over the years. So if you looked at our plan in 2016, in the executive plan, it had a 35% weighting on safety measures. In 2021, that weighting is 59%. And this shows you the different categories in which we look at safety and the measures that were in the 2016 plan versus the 2021 plan. So we have 4 categories of safety. We have employee safety, gas safety, electric safety and reliability, and individual performance. So I'm not going to read each measure here, but this just shows you the evolution. I will say that you can see the 2021 plan includes both measures of performance results, such as looking backward, the lost time incident rate, and it also includes measures that help prevent safety issues. So near misses reported, if we're encouraging employees to report near misses, that helps to prevent safety incidents from occurring. So with that, I'll conclude. In terms of the question of what's the last date changes can be made, I have to agree with Adrian. The answer is it depends. It really depends on, I would say that a change such as removing a performance measure is much easier to make than adding a completely new performance measure for which we have no history. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Chen. I'm the director of our Operations Performance Management Group at Southern California Edison. My team primarily leads the development of our corporate goals and also monitors the performance ongoing throughout the year. Next slide. For my presentation today, I want to cover 4 main areas that includes the scope of AB 1054, various aspects of SCE's total direct compensation, our goal setting process and timeline, and how our safety goals have progressed over the years. AB 1054 is really focused on the incentive compensation structure for utility executive officers. And it's important to note that 1054 provides utilities the flexibility to implement different compensation structures that meet 1054's requirements while still being able to be tailored to each company's specific situations. And SCE's executive compensation structure satisfies the requirements and intent of AB 1054. We also use an incentive compensation structure that has variable or at-risk pay elements that strongly link pay with safety, performance, and financial health. Our goal setting process, it's an annual process, is similar to San Diego's and probably likely you'll hear from PG&E, that we evaluate both new internal and external information, and we adjust our goals, measures, and targets accordingly. Definitely look forward to getting input from OEIS and the public today on ways that we can continuously improve our ability to really drive behaviors of our workforce to deliver the desired performance outcomes for our company. And then lastly, I'll spend a few minutes talking about how SCE's safety goals have really increased in importance and matured over time. Next slide. There are various elements contained within 1054, and so this table lays out a bit of the requirements and some of the elements of SCE's executive compensation structure and how it meets those requirements. So I'll touch on a few. Some examples, for instance, related to promoting safety and ensuring public safety. SCE requires or has a safety and resiliency goal category that comprises a target weighting of about 50% of our entire annual award. We also have a foundational goals framework where our independent compensation committee can reduce or even completely eliminate our annual incentive awards for significant safety lapses. This is similar to the performance modifier that John referenced in his presentation. There's a requirement around utility financial stability. So we have in our 2021 financial performance annual incentive goal category, a target weighting of 25%. And all of our long-term incentives really promote financial health. These annual long-term incentives are consistent with the interest of our customers, as well as the long list of other stakeholders that John kind of described in his presentation. And I think it's important to note, annual goals and long-term incentives, they send signals to our stakeholders about our corporate priorities. And one of these priorities is maintaining and improving our company's financial health. And that's important because it allows for us to get efficient access to capital markets and the cost of capital, which ultimately impacts affordable rates for customers. For the requirement related to performance metrics that are measurable and enforceable, most of our success measures in the safety and resiliency category and the entire financial performance goal category, as well as 75% of our long-term incentives, are tied to meeting quantitative performance metrics. We also have our goals and long-term incentives audited annually, and they're reviewed and scored by our independent board committees. Next slide. For the requirement related to potentially tying 100% of incentive compensation to safety performance, SCE has an independent compensation committee. So what this means is the members that sit on that committee are comprised of a subset of our board members who are not employees. This compensation committee has the authority to eliminate annual awards due to significant safety incidents or events. And not only do they have this authority, but they also have the track record for exercising this authority and have reduced short-term incentive payouts since at least 2016. As an example, 0 annual incentive award was paid to top executive officers in 2018 in light of the impact of wildfires on the communities within SE service territory. And to the question that came up in John's presentation about tying investor and executive incentives to safety performance, the wildfires in 2018 dramatically reduced the stock price of SE as well as the other California investor-owned utilities. And that directly impacts shareholders as well as the compensation of executive officers through the long-term incentive portion that is tied to our company stock. And wildfire risk even today is still tamping down SE stock performance, despite the fact that we have the wildfire fund in place. The last requirement on this slide relates to employment contract, and like Debbie mentioned in her presentation, we do not use employment contracts, so this provision doesn't apply to SE. Next slide. As you see, we've got the common pay elements that John referenced in his presentation. We utilize both variable or at-risk compensation for both short and long-term incentives. So our annual incentive awards are based on cash, and they're tied to our annual goals, which you'll see have a very strong focus on safety. It should be noted that SCE's corporate goals are the same for all employees. This includes all executives, all represented employees, and all non-represented employees. Our long-term incentive awards are based on EIX common stock, which is driven by our company's performance. And having this combination of short and long-term incentives really promotes financial stability. All of these elements together, as you see on the page, represent the total compensation for our executive officers. So our compensation committee generally targets median for base pay and variable pay for executive officers. And they use market data provided by independent compensation consultant. As a point of reference, approximately half of SCE's newly hired officers come from utilities, but half of them also come from general industry. So if we had an executive compensation structure that does not contain similar elements offered by other utilities or the general industry companies, or or we offer something that's a very different compensation structure, it would have a detrimental effect on our ability to attract and retain qualified executives to manage the company. Next slide. Our annual goal development process begins in June, completes in February. It's quite similar to what Debbie presented for SDG&E. And as John shared in this presentation, our corporate goals process is very rigorous. It involves a lot of in-depth analysis, internal discussions, and debate in order to set the right goals, success measures, and targets. It starts in the June-July timeframe, where we look at new internal and external information that might inform changes to our company strategy overall, our compensation structure, or our goals. We are near the end of the goal development stage, where we revise any existing goals or develop or suggest new goals. All of this builds off of prior executive compensation structures that were approved by Energy Safety and formerly the Wildfire Safety Division as compliant with AB 1054. We're about to enter or start the finalization phase. So draft 2022 proposed goals will be provided on October 24th, to our Safety and Operations Committee of the board for their review and feedback. And then the final review with our board committees occurs in December. In January, we communicate these preliminary goals to all our employees. So at that time, we've essentially established what the goals are for the year. And then in February, we finalize the goals. Some of the targets and ranges for the success measures depend on the year-end performance. So we wait until the end of the prior year to finalize the goals. Again, with respect to Adrian's questions about timing, it unfortunately depends on the nature of the guidelines. And as you can see, the process is pretty involved, and it does require a lot of upfront analysis when we're looking at the developmental stage of any particular goals, especially if data is involved. Next slide. As I mentioned kind of at the beginning of the presentation, SCE safety goals have really progressed and matured since 2018. In reference to, I think, John's presentations, where there's illustrations of companies that have direct ties in their annual incentive plans to safety, SCE has significantly increased our linkage to safety over the years. We've also had longstanding diversity and inclusion goals that support ESG. So in looking at what's presented on this slide, you can see the overall weighting, which is shown near the top of the slide in the third row. The overall weighting of our safety goals has increased each year from 10% in 2018 to 50% in 2021. In the row below that, our worker safety goals have matured from qualitative goals that support safety culture, for instance, to now include quantitative outcome-based measures like employee serious injury and fatality rates. Our wildfire resiliency goals were added in 2019. Those have evolved as well. At the start, they were largely quantitative measures, with now they have evolved to include outcome as well as key mitigation activities, and the numbers have also increased. We added public safety goals in 2020 and also new goals to enhance safety and resiliency, as well as contractor management capabilities in 2021. Given this progression for 2022 goals, our management will likely recommend the board and its committees continue to maintain this heavy weight on safety and resiliency goals. And we're also looking at possibly increasing the weight of our quantitative metrics. Next slide. So I want to thank Adrian and OEIS for the opportunity to share a bit about our executive compensation structure.
All right. My name is Lisa Lanisto. Can everybody hear me? Just making sure. Thumbs up. My audio is
Yes, we
working.
can, Lisa. Yep.
Cool. Thank you so much. So my name is Lisa Lanisto, Director of Compensation for PG&E. My team, among other things, helps support the development of the incentive plans, supporting management, and supporting the committee in finalizing the plans. If you can skip to the next slide. So agenda will cover 3 sort of areas. It's similar to the other presenters, but talking through some of the key regulatory requirements, executive compensation program overview, and then our incentive timeline. If you can move to the next slide. So on this slide listed the regulatory requirements that are key to how we design the incentive plans. So it's not an exhaustive list of all the requirements. I'm going to generally point out, I think, things that are a little bit different in how we apply it to the other utilities. It does apply to a subset of officers at the utility. That's similar. We have a bias towards outcome-based metrics. So when you look at market design plans, it tends to be sort of leading it versus lagging, sort of activity versus outcome. We have more of that biased on the outcome-based. In our annual incentive plan, we refer to that as STIP. It's a 75% customer and workforce weighting, and then 25% financial stability. And for our equity plan, 35% public safety, 35% customer experience. It's about a 70% weighting of operational metrics, and 30% in the financial stability. And that's for our performance share units. For our AB 1054 officers, their LTIP, they're currently receiving 100% performance shares. We're evaluating that for the 2022 design plan. As John mentioned, there's typically a mix of equity instruments that are included. So we're evaluating, but no final decisions have been made. And then one last item I would point out on this slide is in our plan of reorganization, when we were emerging from bankruptcy, we agreed to certain other requirements that are unique to PG&E. One is talking about basing a significant portion of the long-term incentive to safety, performance, and customer. You can see that in the weighting of the operational metrics in the performance shares referenced above. If you can advance to the next slide. So from a very high level, I'm including a couple slides from our proxy. It's not exactly the same population as the AB 1054, but it's illustrative because it helps, drive the design tenets of the incentive plans. So this slide is really speaking to what are the interests that we balance in our program. So there's the pay for performance. That's getting into that component that John referenced of the higher you are in the organization, the more of your pay is at risk. That's sort of the incentive plans. The alignment with the shareholders, we've talked about the say on pay vote, but understanding that shareholders and officers, there's alignment in interest. Again, hugely important for say on pay. Provide market competitive pay. This relates to our need to attract and retain top talent. As referenced sort of previously, we have a mix of people that are coming in from the utility industry, people coming from outside the utility industry. So needing to be competitive to retain that talent is hugely important. And lastly, complying with legal requirements. This is a call out that some of the regulation is somewhat unique in California, but it helps the shareholders understand the landscape. If you can advance to the next slide. This is an excerpt from our proxy. Again, this doesn't apply specifically to the AB 1054, but it's illustrative. We have the same sort of 3 components in the total direct compensation. There's the base salary, that's cash. The short-term incentive plan, that's cash, 1-year performance period. And long-term incentives, equities, it's the 3-year performance period for the performance share units. If you can advance to the next slide. So this slide is just showing what were the metrics included in our most recent submission for the 2021 AB 1054 filing. Not going to read out all of the metrics. We have quite a few metrics, but primarily outcome-based. For the STIP formula, it's a very similar formula to what John presented. There's a target opportunity. It's typically expressed as a percentage of an employee's pay, including the officers. So X% of pay times the score equals the amount. For the 2021 design, there wasn't an individual performance modifier So how the company performed is going to be tied to how the incentive plan payout works. One thing to highlight that's true, I think, for all companies, especially for the compensation committee, is although there is a scorecard, the committee retains discretion to accept, reject, modify based on totality of circumstances. So there is a metric, but based on circumstances, things that maybe were or were not contemplated in the design, they always retain that discretion. And safety is a very important part of those discussions each year on whether to exercise discretion. If you can advance to the next slide. This outlines the metrics, the performance metrics for the LTIP for the AB 1054, 0 to 2.0 score. There's again the safety and customer to 70% weighting. This is a bit unusual in the design in the marketplace, and these are absolute measures because it's difficult to find relative measures that you would find in, say, a relative shareholder return. A lot of this is driven by our POR OII requirement. One thing that we are considering for the 2022 design, again, is can we provide RSUs to the AB 1054 officers, get more in line with market design where there's different weightings of equity instruments. And can you advance to the next slide? So this slide is the company's incentive plan development timeline. Similar steps to the other utilities. What's listed on here are just some of the high-level steps, but there is an extraordinarily rigorous process behind the scenes that happens from the management side. In October, we will come forward with some of the high-level design tenets for the incentive plan to the compensation committee. This will lay the foundation of metrics that are selected, sort of the final design that we'll come forward with in December. We'll look to finalize the plans and the metrics themselves, not the actual performance targets, in the December meeting. There is significant discussion with management, and I would say particularly for our company, there has been quite a bit of change with management and actually the board and the compensation committee, given where we are in our company's life cycle at the moment. So there's lots of discussion on company strategy, direction, the new leadership team is going. So there's very rigorous conversations happening. In January, we would look to finalize the actual targets. And the reason for the disconnect between December and January is we want to make sure we have a full year's worth of performance data, which is especially important given the length of the wildfire season and the importance and prominence of wildfire safety in our incentive plans. Once that is, the targets are set, we would make the equity grants on March 1st or whatever appropriate day under the trading policy. When you issue or when you grant equity awards, there's grant agreements that are signed that have significant terms of the agreement. It's a legal document to participants that receive. Highlighting, we have our, April-May timeframe every year. There's the annual shareholder meeting and the proxy where the say on pay vote happens. When you finalize a plan, you'll give shareholders a sort of a preview of it in the 2022 year. In the next year, the performance of the annual plan will come out. They'll vote on that. And then at the end of the 3-year performance period, there's another look that shareholders will get at that plan. And to highlight, I think, two of the larger actions that the committee takes is in the February timeframe. For 2023, they would certify the 2022 scores, goes through a robust auditing process, evaluation of any of those larger macro events and circumstances on whether the committee should exercise discretion. And the same thing actually happens for the performance shares at the end of the performance period. One item that I do want to call out is between the October-December meeting, we meet with the Safety Nuclear Oversight Committee. It's the board committee that's responsible for sort of safety oversight. Management will talk about safety metrics with the SNO committee and the People and Compensation Committee and have very robust discussion on the safety metrics. And with that, I'll conclude. Again, thank you for the opportunity and appreciate the time.
Okay, so it looks like we are just on time. And I think there'll be some feedback and some questions about my presentation. So I think we'll just go ahead, and if you have questions for the utilities, go ahead and make a note of those. And at the end of the workshop, we will address those. But unfortunately, we don't really have time right now. So just a sec. All right, next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about briefly about the agenda for this presentation. I'm going to talk about what our objectives are here in this presentation. I'm going to address something, the definition of a contract. I'm going to walk through some potential changes to the guidelines that we're considering, including who's included in the executive compensation structure, what qualifies as a primary portion and pay for performance. I talk about increasing long-term compensation transparency and how much indirect and ancillary compensation actually does occur. If we have a chance at the end, we'll do a brief Q&A, time permitting. Next slide, please. So this presentation is going to focus on a discussion of the primary, or some of the primary, I would say, code sections related to executive compensation. We also want to clarify how energy safety interprets some of those primary code sections. Related to each of those primary code sections would be some potential changes to the executive compensation guidance we'd like your feedback on. It is possible that some of the potential changes will be included in the 2023 guidelines instead of the 2022 guidelines. The potential changes I will discuss in this presentation are largely related to increasing the consistency and transparency among the submissions that we receive. Next slide, please. So I think first we're going to tackle an issue that may be a little bit controversial. Next slide. So I want to talk about contracts and section 8389E6A. And I don't usually just read slides, but there are several in here that I'm just going to read out to you. So the issue is, what is a contract? According to the Civil Code, section 2750, a contract's an agreement to do or not do a certain thing. Contracts of employment are also defined broadly. The contract of an employment is a contract by which one, who is called the employer, engages another, who's called the employee, to do something for the benefit of the employer or a third person. That's Labor Code section 2750. There's a couple of other relevant California code provisions. Section 1619, a contract is either express or implied. In section 1622, all contracts may be oral, except as are specially required by statute to be in writing. So a couple of points that I want to make here. A contract is very broadly defined in law. Even the definition of a contract of employment is very broad. PUC section 8389E6A, which we'll discuss in the next couple of slides, applies to all new and amended contracts. And all employees have a contract with their employer. The only exception to the applicability of section 8389E6A is not being an electric corporation or not having any new or amended contracts for executive officers. As noted, every employee has a contract with their employer. So every new employee represents a new contract. If you change the terms and conditions of employment for any employee, you have amended a contract. And the bottom line, as far as energy safety is concerned, section 8389E6 applies to every new or amended contract for any executive officer. Section 8389E6A is not limited to contracts with certain termination, compensation, or other employment conditions. Next slide, please. So the previous leads directly into this. These are some potential guideline changes regarding who's included in the executive compensation structure. Next slide, please. So I'm going to apologize for the wordiness of these slides, but since we're discussing code and potential guidance changes related to that code, sometimes they're necessarily wordy. In this particular slide, I'll draw your attention to the bolded sections here. In 8389E6A, Electrical Corporation has established a compensation structure for any new or amended contracts for executive officers as defined in section 451.5. And in the right-hand side, we see section 451.5. And in that, the term executive officer means any person who performs policymaking functions and is employed by the public utility subject to the approval of the board of directors. The rest of that, I think, are just an elaboration on those core requirements to be an executive officer. Next slide, please. So, this first potential guidance change would require that executive compensation structure submissions certify or explicitly state that the submitted executive compensation structure covers all executive officers as defined in Public Utility Code section 451.5 in the description of their plans. In the past, submitted executive compensation structures or plans often state this and refer to the definition of executive officers used in the statute. We're just considering formalizing a requirement that submissions explicitly certify or acknowledge the plan covers all executive officers as defined in Public Utilities Code, section 451.5. Next slide, please. So relatedly, we are considering requiring a list of which job classifications are subject to the submitted executive compensation structure. And we want to know which internal executive classifications or positions are not included in the structure and why they are not included in the structure. In this case, the potential guidance change would require that the executive compensation structure submissions include which internal officer classifications or positions are subject to the submitted executive compensation structure and which executive officer classifications or positions are not included in the executive compensation structure and an explanation as to why they're not included. Next slide, please. Okay, these potential guideline changes concern what qualifies as a primary portion and performance-based pay. Next slide. So again, I've added the bold emphasis here. I want to draw your attention to. This first one says the primary portion of the executive officer's compensation is based on achievement of objective performance metrics. And then on the right, you have a kind of a companion piece that says no guaranteed monetary incentives in the compensation structure. I want to note here that the structure of compensation is basically a binary consisting of guaranteed compensation versus performance-based compensation. Regarding the second section, in the past, executive compensation submissions typically contain the inclusion of a statement to the effect that compensation attached to the performance metric may or will not be earned if the threshold goal or target is not achieved. This has generally been considered sufficient to meet the requirements of this particular code section. It's important to recognize that compliance with this code section is complicated by the reality that executive compensation boards tend to have substantial discretion to make awards, regardless of actual performance, as has been previously noted. Next slide, please. So in this situation, because compensation is split into a binary of non-performance-based compensation and performance-based compensation, the primary portion of the executive officer's compensation based on achievement of objective performance metrics does suggest a basic test to comply with this section, which is that if a majority of the executive compensation for each executive officer position, as defined in section 451.5, is awarded based on objective performance metrics, it meets the requirements or complies with this particular section. So our potential guidance change would be to require that executive compensation structure submissions include a certification or explicit statement for all the executive officer positions as defined in section 451.5. A majority of the executive compensation reward at both the threshold and maximum reward levels is awarded based on the achievement of objective performance measure or metrics, sorry. I'll note that this is a test. I believe Keith mentioned this in his presentation about Bear Valley's executive compensation system. I'll note this is a test or requirement that we essentially established when we rejected their initial BVS 2021 executive compensation structure, and then approved their 2021's their revised 2021 submission. And so for consistency and based on past precedent, we're considering formalizing this as a requirement. And this would apply to every executive officer position. The language could be a little bit more well-written, let's say it could be better in the code, but the introductory paragraph specifies individuals in contracts and amended contracts. So it applies to every executive officer position. Next slide, please. So according to many of the electric utility staff and executive compensation consultants we've interviewed over the past month or so, executive compensation boards tend to exercise negative discretion. That is discretion denying compensation to people more often than they exercise positive discretion, that is providing compensation despite of performance. Regardless, this is an issue. And so what we're proposing is to require that executive compensation structure submissions include a certification or an explicit statement that compensation associated with the performance metric will not be earned if the threshold metric target for that performance metric is not achieved. And that's something that's been typical, I think, of most executive compensation structures. Just a second. Okay, next slide, please. So we're going to talk about potential guideline changes to regarding increasing long-term compensation transparency. Next slide. So for this particular code section here, I want to draw your attention to long-term. Long-term appears to be open-ended language, but it is essentially clarified in the second sentence, which indicates that compensation held or deferred at least 3 years would be considered long-term. Significant portion is nebulous language. It's also nebulous language. Note that the language of significant portion differs from the language we discussed previously, which uses the phrase primary portion. The language regarding the form this deferred compensation can take is permissive. It does say may instead of shall. Generally, any submitted executive compensation plan that includes a portion of its compensation consisting of some form of stock that is delayed at least 3 years has been accepted as meeting this code section's requirements. Next slide, please. So we're proposing another potential guidance change that would require executive compensation structure submissions include a certification or explicit statement that all executive positions as defined in Public Utility Code section 451.5 receive a portion of the performance-based compensation that is delayed 3 or more years, with that compensation based on the electric corporation's performance and value over those preceding 3 or more years. This is intended to be just another simple required explicit statement or certification similar to others that we have proposed. Next slide. Relatedly, we're considering requiring more detail and transparency regarding the compensation components. This potential guideline change would require that all executive compensation structure submissions include for each internal executive classification the compensation components, that is base pay, annual bonus / incentive information, and long-term incentive pay, including percentages of overall compensation for each component at both the threshold and maximum reward levels. I think that's about it for that. Next slide, please. So finally, we have some potential guidance changes regarding how much indirect and ancillary compensation occurs. Next slide, please. So if the compensation is not in question, isn't indirect or ancillary, then we use other code sections to assess a particular compensation component. And this language itself, this indirect or ancillary compensation language, raises a number of questions. Next slide. So some of these questions are, what is indirect or ancillary compensation? And is there an acceptable standard to determine if indirect or ancillary compensation not aligned with shareholder and taxpayer interest in the electric corporation has been minimized? So regardless of how you answer these questions, in cases where the performance metric is based entirely on either objective and enforceable safety or fiscal metrics and consists of either direct monetary compensation or stock-related compensation, determining that an executive compensation structure complies with this section is fairly easy. Elimination's easy to recognize and easier to deal with. It's minimization that creates issues. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is that in the next, as a potential guideline change, that we would require that all executive compensation structure submissions include a listing of compensation that's not direct monetary or stock-related compensation, the percentage of that total compensation, who's awarded that compensation, and the basis upon which that compensation is awarded. This potential change is just an attempt to get a handle on how much indirect and ancillary compensation occurs, on what basis it occurs, in order to determine if this is a significant issue that needs to be more aggressively addressed, or if in fact indirect and ancillary compensation are already fairly minimal for California investor-owned utilities. I believe that's it. And I also think we have about 10 minutes or more for questions. So what questions, if any, do we have? It looks like Will Abrams has a question.
Hi, Adrian. I can read Will Abrams' question here.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like this question here is directed at PG&E. Many of the IOUs indicated that they believe investor return is adequately tied to safety performance. If that is a correct assumption, how do you explain the inverse correlation between recent wildfires likely caused by PG&E, the growing criminal charges, and the relative stability of the PCG stock? That is the first question there. And then the second question is, does the fact that PG&E victims hold 25% of PCG stock provide an added buffer for PG&E investors? And how do these issues interfere with the efficacy of any compensation structure for utility executives?
Okay. So I'm not sure that who is, I'm sorry, who was this directed at again? This was PG&E. Okay. I'm not sure that Lisa's qualified to answer that. I think Keith, you have your hand up. If you want to speak, go ahead and unmute yourself. But I don't think that Lisa is necessarily the person to answer these questions. We will keep them and maybe answer them later. But Keith, do you have a question? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I unmuted. I wasn't raising my hand to attempt to answer the prior question. I had a different question. So do you want to take that now?
Okay. If you want to answer, you said you had an answer for the prior question, or?
No, I said I do not.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I didn't think you would.
I would have raised a different question, and I just want to make sure.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and bring up your question.
You, in your suggested modifications or clarifications, you used the terms threshold and maximum a couple times with regard to payouts objective. And I was just wondering if you could clarify those, in particular the threshold term. It may just be a terminology issue, but I can say in the Bear Valley plan, there's a threshold payout, there's a target payout, and there's a maximum payout. The threshold is less than the target.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, that means that what we want to know is basically the proportion of the compensation that's earned if you just meet the threshold. You know, let's assume that every threshold was just met. What's the percentage of the compensation that particular metric or that particular component will provide? And the same thing at the maximum level. Essentially, we want to know that through every step of the compensation, based on performance, we want to know that what the percentages are, so that we have a sense that it will always be, for instance, if it's performance-based compensation, that'll always be a majority, or that, you know, of a particular component is a safety component. We want to know that it's going to be between 25 and 30%, for example, of the performance-based compensation. And getting those numbers at both the threshold and the maximum level tells us that that's the case.
So as a follow-up to that, are you implying that the future guideline will be that base salary should be less than 50%, if you will, of total DDC, where total DDC is measured at the threshold level as opposed to the target level?
That's sort of the implication of a requirement that a majority of the compensation be performance-based. If the majority of the compensation is required to be performance-based, then that would be a majority of the compensation provided if just the thresholds were met and if the maximum compensation were reached. Let's call it the maximum theoretical compensation, however you want to think of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Will Abrams does have his hand raised. I think he'd like to make a public comment.
Okay, go ahead, Will.
Well, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Yes, thanks very much. Just wanted to follow up again. I feel like with my questions, I need to clarify as I go. So, part of the reason why I was asking this question in this forum to these panelists is because the panelists indicated that they believe that the investor return is tied to performance and adequately tied to performance, and sort of leveraging that as a reason that there doesn't need to be, additional executive compensation tied to performance, or that the executive compensation is sufficient. And so, really, I'm just trying to understand that assumption. So, again, I wasn't looking to sort of ask this question, but given that it was put forward by a few of the different investor-owned utilities as justification for some of their existing executive compensation structures, that's really why I'm asking it, is because they put it forward. And so just hoping that they could put a little more substance behind that statement about how they feel that investor compensation is tied to safety performance, and sort of the relationship between investor compensation, executive compensation, and safety performance, to make sure all those things are aligned.
Okay. So I think I understand why you asked the question. I think what we want to do is get you an answer after the workshop is over. As I said, we'll try and endeavor to answer every question that people have, but I think I don't think Lisa feels comfortable answering that question right now. And so we'll have to get an answer to you later. Okay. We do have another question here from Chris Parks. And that says, on the topic of ancillary and indirect compensation for the utilities, do the utilities report all severance, stock options, stock bonuses, hiring bonuses, retention bonuses, and non-qualified retirement compensation in their executive compensation plans? In other words, what compensation is not included? And any one of you can feel free to chime in about that if you have an answer to it.
Yeah, Adrian, you want me to take that?
Sure, go ahead, Angela.
Okay. I would say the short answer is most of that is not reported in the filings. A lot of that is reported in the utilities proxy statements for the corporation, so you can get some of that there. They do report whether they have perquisites or not, but in one of the sessions in this afternoon, we're going to talk about a little bit more on trying to get into a definition of what counts as a perk and what doesn't, and ancillary compensation, and the severance payments, and also the supplemental executive retirement plans. But most of that is not presented in the filings themselves.
Okay, thank you. Jessica or Alan, are there any other questions? Does anybody have the hand raised? I don't see anybody.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, that's great. We are 2 minutes to noon, so I think that means we're going to break for lunch, unless somebody has a last minute question. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock. I think, James, there's actually a slide that says that at the end of my presentation says we'll be back at 1 o'clock. It'd probably be better to use that. But that's it. We'll see you guys soon. Ready to go, Angela?
I am.
1 minute.
I got rid of the dog, so we're good to go.
Oh yeah, well, I only had one incident with the cats, so
That's not bad.
no,
He's at Dog Beach, so he's going to be way happier than anything I would be doing.
yeah.
Whenever you guys are ready, I can bring up the slides. Give it a couple more minutes for people to come back.
Oh, why don't we give it another 2 minutes here?
Yep. You bring it up now.
Yep. Let's go ahead and get started. Thanks, James.
Good? Can you guys hear
Yeah.
me, James?
Yeah, totally.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, great. So North Star has 2 sessions this afternoon. The first one, we are covering the results of our benchmark study. And in the second one, we are providing a little bit more discussion on some potential guidance changes and some topics for discussion going forward with the compensation filings. If you could just, I think, flip to slide 3. And so just a little bit about North Star Consulting to begin with. So we have been in business since 1999, but most of our people have been working in this industry since they started their careers. On the team are myself, Dawn Francis, and Ginger Lundy. We're all working on this. North Star's focus is really the utility sector, regulators, investor-owned utilities, municipalities. We've done a lot of work in California, so we right now have a very solid understanding of the California environment, both regulatory and actually, the climate. So we've done work looking at PG&E's safety culture for the last 5 years. We're also looking at the enhanced vegetation management and the enhanced oversight enforcement that's going on right now with PG&E, and also obviously the look at the compensation filings of all of the utilities. So we've looked at compensation and performance measures at utilities throughout the US and Canada. So that's just a little bit about North Star. Next slide. So I want to give just a quick overview of kind of what we were asked to do, and then we'll move on into some of the details. So OEIS asked us to do some broad research into kind of the state of executive compensation, particularly as it relates to safety, the regulatory involvement in compensation and regulatory requirements, and then some more detailed look at areas where there might have been some response, similar issues, and so maybe a response that would have addressed on safety issues or compensation issues. So we looked at Australia, Canada, the Pacific Northwest, as well as a number of, you can flip to the next slide, James. We looked at a number of companies and in the utility sector as well as in other industries. So aerospace and defense, airline, biotechnology, mining, heavy metals, construction and engineering, oil and gas production. There's a list up there, and just industries that would have had a strong safety focus. We also tried to pull some companies that were recognized as having good safety performance, as well as some recent incidents. So companies that may have benefited from that and have changed, either their way they're handling things or their compensation program as a result of that. So we started out with a list of about 80 companies that we were trying to look at. And for anything that's publicly traded in the United States, it's much easier to compare. So those would have proxy statements required by the SEC. So a lot of good information on the compensation of the composition of the executive compensation. UK and Australia have similar requirements through annual reports. So we looked at those, and then also looked at some other companies in other countries. Those were a little bit, trickier. Ultimately, we ended up with about 51 companies with detailed data on, and then others that we have more, I would say, descriptive or anecdotal information on. We also have a lot of information based on our prior experience, and then interviews and discussions that we had with some of the compensation consultants for the utilities. So this all has culminated in a report that North Star prepared that I would characterize a little bit like a executive compensation primer, as well as the results of that research and comparative statistics. So that is, I believe, in the final review stages and will eventually end up being posted to the docket for everybody's review. So where we had data that was comparable, you'll see some graphs and statistics. Where there's discussions of the way things have been handled, it's more in the appendix that you'll see to the document. So unfortunately, that's not up there yet, but it will be there. So if you could flip to the next slide, James. So this is generally the information that we were collecting, where we could collect consistent data across the board. Some of these were more to develop a better understanding of the industry and the state of the industry and the state of executive compensation, as well as then some of it is information that we were tracked and have a database that's now in with that's detailed. So we looked at the philosophy and compensation design. Generally, many have a similar philosophy, and we'll get into that later. We looked at the relative proportion of base salary, short-term and long-term incentives, so the total direct compensation that John and others spoke to earlier. Other kinds of perks that were being offered right now by utilities and non-utility entities, use of performance modifiers or a trigger. So a trigger would be something where until a certain, I'll give an example. Xcel Energy has an earnings per share trigger. And so unless they hit that trigger, there's no short-term incentive. Once they hit the trigger, then they'll pay out a short-term incentive. And then we looked at the standard of performance ranges, the threshold that should be target, not minimum, and maximum. And then also the level of detail that the entities were reporting on their metrics. So if you could go to the next slide. Most of our detailed numerical data is on the target performance incentives, the proportion of base salary and short-term and long-term, and then the individual incentives and the measures associated with each of those. So if we could flip to the next slide. So I just feel it necessary to add a few comments just based on North Star's experience, having looked at utilities and compensation and metrics for a long time. So these are just some broad observations that we'd like to make. There are different philosophies regarding compensation, and they tend to get more complex the more complex an organization gets. So if you have one company that really has one single operating purpose, that tends to be fairly straightforward. If you have a holding company with multiple subsidiary companies with different operations, then that's going to start to get a little bit more complicated, and you may see a hybrid of a group focus for some metrics, and then you may also see a hybrid of some individual business units or individual companies that have their own measures that are more closely aligned with that function. So it could be a strictly corporate focus. It could be a combination of subsidiary entity and then holding company focus. And I've also seen where things have gotten down to the business unit level, the theory being that if one unit is suffering, like perhaps electric, the theory being that the gas operations shouldn't suffer if they're performing well. So there's always that, there's trade-offs with each of those models, and there's a variety of models, but which we've seen. So I think one of the important things is that in a perfect world, an organization would have a strategy and goals, and the metrics and the performance would tie to that. It's been my experience over a number of years that that's sometimes a little more challenging for utilities, and the utility industry has historically had a pool effectively of metrics that it's seemed to choose from, but they don't necessarily have the same strategy focus that other organizations might have. And that's the perfect world. And then there's the feedback loop. So if you see that you're failing in certain metrics that we're looking, you're looking at those as a way to identify an issue early and correct it. I want to talk briefly, I know John covered this, about the compensation committee, and I think sometimes in some of these discussions with multiple stakeholders and different views and different areas of concern, there's a different focus on the compensations committee. I believe that, if done properly, it's the job of the compensation committee to act as kind of a control. And so they're there in the event of some significant event or something happening that's outside of what is normal expectations or normal performance. They have the ability to step in and act as a control and say, you know what, we're going to cut compensation at this level for this year, or no executives will receive a bonus, or no one will receive a bonus. And that authority, I think, is an important element of the compensation cycle, effectively, for lack of a better word, that shouldn't be ignored. I mean, you don't want to see them going into individual measures and getting really granular, but you do want to see them, if something is going on that needs to be addressed, that it's being addressed, and that they can override management if they feel that they need to. Incentive measures, we see them classified all different ways. A lot of things like cost effectiveness or growth, new product development. Some will consider those, operational goals. Some people would consider them more financial. So there's just a variety of ways that incentive measures get classified, and that can make comparison a little bit challenging. On the next slide, there are measures, everybody talks about the type of measure, and it's, income or input, outcome, leading, lagging, and it's important, but measures can be both. So a reliability metric, for example, could be a lagging measure of reliability. If your reliability is poor, that's already happened, but it also is a leading indicator potentially of customer service. So there are a lot of nuances involved in metrics. Metrics, most of them, probably all of them, can be gained. I like to use the example because it's fairly straightforward and people understand it. I've worked in places where at the call center, the average talk time was a metric, a performance metric for the call center. So a customer service representative would just transfer the call when they were hitting their talk time. Or average speed of answer, because you don't want the customer sitting on hold for an extended period of time, was a measure. They'd pick up the phone when they were hitting that, the window, about to go out the window of the performance measure, and then hang up on the customer. So generally, if you give people a measure and you're going to give them a compensation component attached to that, they're going to find a way to game it. Oftentimes, I think that people don't necessarily really truly understand the nuances of a metric and how it's calculated, so they may have a belief or an understanding, and this happens at all levels of an organization, of what the measure is trying to do, and in reality that it's not doing that at all, or it's much more complicated than they gave it credit for, or they just didn't really understand because they hadn't delved into the calculation what it really was doing. So that's a risk. And then importantly, you cannot solve everything with metrics. I know there's a strong push for this, and yes, it's true that what you pay people to do, they will focus on. But it's not a solution to everything. It's part of a portfolio of things that can be done, but it is not the answer or a panacea by any stretch of the imagination. So those are just some things that, we wanted to pass on from our experience, just to kind of make sure that we were level setting expectations and understanding about, our views on compensation and some of what it can and cannot do. The next slide, please. So designing an appropriate set of metrics and designing an executive compensation program that does what you're trying to do is complicated. A lot of people think it's simple and straightforward because it seems to make sense to people, but it's not that simple. Target setting is important. And John touched on this earlier this morning, but it's now afternoon, and you may not have been paying as much attention then as you are now, or the reverse. So people don't realize how complicated this is. So you need the targets to be realistic and achievable, but they also need to be moving the needle on performance. If you set a target that's simply too difficult, it is demoralizing, and people just don't focus on it. They just stop. It's not something they can achieve. They know that from the beginning, and they don't focus on it anymore. The more complex you get on your incentive metrics and your compensation, the more difficult it gets for people to really understand it throughout the organization, so that you have the appropriate line of sight and everybody is marching to the same performance goals and objectives. There's the potential for unintended consequences, which can happen with any metric or metric design, as well as perverse incentives. And these are not things that anyone is necessarily intentionally doing. It's just that it's very hard to find one measure that is comprehensive enough without getting overly complicated, so that you're kind of backstopping for, well, this could happen if they were doing it this way, so we need a different measure for that. It just gets very difficult. Choosing a peer group for anything comparative is also important and can affect your outcomes. So we did a review not too long ago of an entity that had a large exploration and production function in the gas industry, as well as a utility. And they were using a group that included both for the peer group. So it included some exploration and production, some shale, it included utility operations. And so what was happening at the time is it was really changing the balance between the utility and the relative peer group. And we had recommended that in the event that they were going to seek recovery for some of the incentive compensation for the executives, they might want to choose a peer group that was more utility based, because that would be more comfortable for the regulator from a regulatory standpoint. and that brings up also the fact that not everything that we've been looking at or discussing throughout this process is something that is ratepayer recoverable. So some of these executive compensation plans, depending on the level, are a hybrid. You'll have some things that are completely shareholder funded and some things may be funded by ratepayers. You need to have your metrics sending the right signals and the right message so that people understand and are doing what they should be doing and doing the right thing as far as, achieving a proper objective and outcome. And then there's the mechanics of the payouts, which can be, depending on how complicated you start getting in terms of your long-term incentive programs, can be a little bit complex. There's not one single solution or, perfect design for a compensation program, but those are just some considerations. So if you could flip the page. So in terms of our research, we looked first at Australia because they had suffered most recently from the 2019-2020 bushfires, which were very, very significant. They'd also suffered from them back in 2009, the Black Saturday bushfires. We did not find any effect on executive officer compensation that has resulted from that. It may change. Those bushfires were still fairly recent. The most recent one. It did affect the mitigation plans and some of the capital expenditures, but hasn't had an effect really on compensation. Australia utilities and also Canadian, although they report much the same information that the US does, it is not, the compensation is not on the same level as it in the US. So if you could flip to the next slide, which was our look at Canada. So the Canadian electric market varies depending on whether it's from province to province and territory. It's largely determined what the market looks like by the provinces, with the federal government having a role in nuclear, interprovincial transmission, and some other areas. They use similar performance metrics to the United States. We had two BC Hydro and New Brunswick Power. They're in our report that you can see. It could be cut from any utilities listed performance measures. There's SAIDI, customer satisfaction, similar financial performance measures that they're including in their compensation. The compensation levels tend to be lower, and they vary depending on whether the utilities are investor-owned utilities or whether they're owned by the government. So some of the IOUs do have a long-term incentive, but we didn't see as much of that for the government-owned. And then we've seen some small numbers. It's like 20% in terms of what they're referring to as like a setback award. And in our report, Canada and Australia referred to it as remuneration. So you'll see that in the report when you get to our report. The one nice thing, if you could go to the next slide, James. Canada did develop the Canadian Electricity Association, which is basically a group of utilities, did develop a wildfire mitigation guide. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. One of their key findings was that wildfires are only going to get worse. They set forth a number of best practices in this document that cover that are very similar to what we're seeing in California and in the US. Proactive de-energization, wildfire mitigation plans. They've got suggested metrics, but there is, again, no ties to compensation. So in a nutshell, I would say California is kind of on the cutting edge of regulation and trying to drive positive wildfire outcomes using compensation and performance metrics as the method to do it. If you could flip to the next slide. So we did also look at, which I think is interesting, and I don't know if this is merely an issue of presentation or if it really is one of process. But there seem to be greater ties, or at least greater reported ties, in some of the other countries that we looked at between risks and the development of performance measures and planning than we see here in the United States. So I think that risk focus was much more prevalent in other countries, at least in terms of discussion. And actually, the responses to issues seem to be somewhat more proactive, and there are some examples of that you'll see in the detailed research report. Some of the discussion that we have already touched on, the ESG, corporate governance goals we see, and those are more prevalent in the utility industry than in others, but we are seeing that as a trend, both in terms of inclusion as well as in terms of investors focusing on companies that are focused that way. The effect of COVID-19, which we're seeing in some temporary changes in compensation, some executives temporarily not taking salary, other changes, but overall not a significant change in terms of the performance measures or executive compensation. And then an increase in diversity, equity, and inclusion as an element of compensation, and also as an element of utility sustainability plans. There is more emphasis on safety among utilities, but it's still limited and not as extensive in some other industries as it might have been. So next slide. And I apologize because I know I'm talking quickly, but we don't have a lot of time for this, and it's a lot of research. So California really is in the forefront of trying to balance regulatory oversight and executive compensation. Neither North Star nor any of the compensation consultants we interviewed, nor any of the industry research identified any comparable examples of a regulator trying to really solve for a significant public safety concern using compensation system. And we understand this is only one component of what OEIS is doing and the state's doing to try to address wildfires, but that level of regulator involvement in the process is unique in California right now. Okay, so I'm going to try to go through fairly quickly the next few slides, if you could flip over, James. So in terms of what we collected and similarities, I just want to say right now, when you're looking at a proxy statement or a filing or anything of that sort, almost everyone has the same philosophy, stated philosophy regarding compensation: pay performance, target the market median, clawback policies, no excessive risks, stock ownership guidelines, no tax gross ups, all of that. The California utilities are very similar in this respect. Perks are generally limited. Utilities, PG&E and Sempra report some, Edison, none. I don't remember about Bear Valley. And then the use of performance modifiers, I would say it's probably about a third that we're seeing in the data that we're looking at. And all of the utilities have some sort of performance modifier. And then the triggers, which were, as I mentioned earlier, like having to achieve a financial target before any bonuses are paid out. We don't see too much of that in what we're doing. And the California utilities, we didn't see any of that. So next slide. This is information, and we tried to be careful throughout the report and the presentation where we were pulling this information from proxy statements versus from the utilities filings. So for comparing to others, we wanted to be on a consistent basis. Proxy statements, the SEC requires that the named executive officer's compensation be specified. That's the CEO, the CFO, and then the top 3 most highly compensated officers. That's different than the requirement in the filings and the regulation. But where we were comparing one of the utilities to others, we wanted to at least have it on a comparable basis. So that's why you'll see Sempra and Edison International in this exhibit versus seeing Edison and SDG&E. So on average, the CEO STIP that we found was 138%, and you can see the percentages for the NEOs and the CEO, the top end of the range in the exhibit here. PG&E, because of all the turnover in the bankruptcy, we had used 2 different proxy statement timeframes, but it's there to give you a gauge. So in terms of the percentage that their target STIP is, they're consistent with the utility industry in general and the industry in general. The same is the case for the long term as a percentage of base salary. Utilities tend to be a little bit higher, but you're looking at 600% as a target for many of them, going up to over 1,000% depending on the industry. In terms of the performance ranges, which is if you're below the performance range, you don't earn anything. Then you have your threshold, the minimum, that would be about 50% typically. And then it goes up to 100% at target and between 200 and 150% at the max. So the utilities are all really, consistent with that in terms of their ranges as well. Next slide. So this is comparing the 4 utilities based on their filings, and that will skew things a little. But one of the things that it did point out that was interesting and leads to some of the suggested changes going forward is the data is not necessarily reported consistently. So PG&E is projected, Edison is 2020 year end, Sempra, SDG&E, and Bear Valley are projected. So there's a little bit of nuances there. And then what you're seeing here is a little bit of the difference between, so Bear Valley, obviously they're a much smaller company, they're not publicly traded. It's a very different situation. Their compensation is going to tend to be a little bit higher on a base salary basis for the reasons they articulated earlier. PG&E's is a little bit different because of timing. That's largely because the COO in the filing did not earn a bonus because they departed. So, but we just wanted to give you a breakdown of showing the difference between them in terms of the base. You'll notice that Bear Valley is the only quarterly, and then the short-term and long-term. So next slide. So if we take the utilities and we compare themselves against the utilities in our survey and the non-utilities in our survey, and again, this is all using proxy statement, they're pretty much in line with everyone else. There's not any significant deviations in the way it breaks down. Next slide. So now we're talking about the numbers of metrics. These are the short-term incentive plan measures that are listed in their filings for each of the utilities. I personally thought it was a bit interesting that Edison and Bear Valley, or our single commodity utilities, have the smallest and the largest number. But these numbers are high. So we've got 11 to 24 depending. That's higher than many. If you go to the next slide. We don't consider, and I don't think anyone that spoke from the executive compensation side considers large numbers of metrics of small weighting to be best practice. It creates confusion regarding priorities. It makes people feel like they're chasing small percentages of compensation, and if I've got a few 1 and 2 percenters here and there, and then I've got a 10%, well, it's entirely possible I'm going to ignore the 1 and 2 percenters. It's harder for employees to follow unless they're in a very specific group and they only focus on theirs because there's so many out there. Some utilities create indices for this, and that, I think, I'm not a big fan personally of indices unless they're industry recognized, because it just blends everything together. If you flip to the next slide. Utilities do have more metrics than others. based on our discussions with the compensation consultants, this is because the utilities historically have had a lot of stakeholders. It's an engineering kind of belief that if it's not on the scorecard, it's not important. And so, they've said that you could have 30 or more STIP metrics for utility, but other industries might have 3 to 5. Next slide. Our survey showed on average, the utilities had 8. Other industries had 5. Financial measures among the utilities we surveyed were still the most common, and then safety, reliability, and customer satisfaction. So next slide. I don't know why we don't have Bear Valley on this. I apologize. But this is just showing the relative breakdown. Now, when we were doing our comparisons on the STIP, we reclassified people's metrics across the board, not just the California utilities. Katie and Sadie and Safety to us are a reliability metric. They are not, unless you get into a really big, long outage, which case it would be excluded, it's not really a safety issue. They're traditionally classified as reliability. So for purposes of consistency, and also because people classify metrics in so many different categories, it was just unwieldy. We reclassified the metrics into the categories you see here, and we could have even made them smaller groups. But this shows you a general breakdown. You've got a fair number of financials still, but it is heavily on safety. Next slide. This is now showing other utilities that we have in our benchmark survey. Xcel Energy looks a little odd for the reason I mentioned earlier, which is that they have an earnings per share threshold before they get, before any bonuses earned, short-term bonuses earned. So there's no financial listed, and that's why it looks a little odd. But if you look at this bar graph and then you flip to the next one and you look at the next bar graph, which is non-utilities, it's not a huge difference. It's maybe weighted a little more to financial, but most industries are financial based. The metrics are financial based. We did not, in comparing all of the metrics that were safety related of any of the short-term incentives, the California ones are really pushing the envelope the most. The rest of them are a fairly straightforward standard set of safety related metrics, and they're largely focused on nuclear, gas, obviously gas operations, because that's regulated in a different way, and there are specific standards related to that. Emergency response to events, and then it's employee. It's mostly employee across the board. There are standard ways to measure employee. OSHA's got their standards. It's easier and it's more common. So we did not find any, we really want to grab this metric and say, this is a great one. We should pull it in and use it in what we looked at. So long-term incentives, next slide. And I know I'm over my time. We were surprised to find a few more operationally based companies with long-term metrics in their operationally based metrics in their long-term incentive program, more than I was expecting. So of the 52 companies we had 8 utilities and 3 non-utilities. And so if you could flip to the next slide. So some of these, we have here, we're showing you each of the companies there, and you can look at this at your leisure. Some of these I might personally have called, really that's more of a financial related goal, but we did not mess with this definition. This is how they presented it. So it's in there. So we have some environmental, some of what they're calling strategic corporate, and then customer service is what we're also seeing in there. So these are the 3 non-financial, non-utility, non-financial goals we saw. Next slide. This starts to become the utilities. So we see, again, it's clean energy focused. Consolidated Edison has a group of them that they're rated at 25% for the totality of them. that cover public and employee safety, environmental, operating excellence, and customer experience. And then I think we have 2 more slides of utilities. So this is Duke, which John was mentioning earlier with the total incident case rate. And then NextEra Energy, which has some forced outages. So I would have considered that, a little bit more production or reliability, and then employee safety in there as well. And then our last company, I think, is, no, we've got more. So NiSource has some interesting ones. They've got the National Safety Council Barometer Survey, which I know some of the utilities do, a culture index one. Pinnacle West has some OSHA ones and customer reliability ones. And then on the last page, I think now Southern Company, which has a greenhouse gas reduction goal. So I don't know if there are any more slides. Oh, there still are. Okay. So PG&E, as mentioned earlier during the discussion, is the only one of the utilities that has non-financial long-term incentive goals. Bear Valley has Wildfire Mitigation Plan capital expenditures, which, yes, that is Wildfire Mitigation Plan, but we consider that to be financial. If we can go to the next slide. And this is a slide that kind of is important, a little bit connected to the discussion that Adrian had earlier on potential modifications to 8389E6. So Edison offers stock options, which is unique in the industry, and those are a 4-year graded vesting period. The RSUs for SDG&E are 3-year ratably, and which means it's not a cliff. So those things are not being held for 3 years. We have the performance share units that are being offered by all 4 utilities, really. They just happen to be, it's cash for Bear Valley because of its structure, as opposed to an actual performance share. And they have show the 3-year cliff on the 3 of them, and SDG&E is a 3-year performance. I'm not 100% sure how they're classifying that, but that's how it was described in their filing. So if you flip to the next slide, this kind of shows their composition of the long-term incentive program relative to the other utilities and the non-utilities. For all intents and purposes, a PSRU, which you'll see for both utilities and non-utilities, is the same thing as a PSU. It's just, they're referring to it as a performance restricted share unit versus a performance share unit, but they're the same thing. So you can see the breakdown. So stock options, not very prevalent in the utility sector, more prevalent among the non-utilities. And then the breakdowns for each of the 3 utilities in the pool in California from what we had based on the proxy data, which is why Bear Valley's not in there, because they don't have proxy data. So that's it. I know I'm horribly over time, despite talking quickly. Any questions? Or should we wait to the end?
I'm going to suggest that we wait till the end. I don't see any immediate questions. There might be some Q&A, but we are behind at this point. So let's plan on returning to these at the end. We do need to take a brief break. Do we want to take a full 10, Angela, or do you want to take a 5?
I'm fine with 5.
Okay, so why don't we just take a short break this time, a 5-minute break, or let's say a 7-minute break, and get back at 1:50.
50?
1:50. Okay. Great. Thank you. James, are you still there? No. Okay.
Adrian?
Yeah. Since we're a little off schedule here, we did have a request from Paul Marconi to display slides 18 and 19 briefly during the break. So if you could put 18 up for about 2 minutes and then 19 up for 2 or 3 minutes, and then put the break slide back up, I'd appreciate it. You can do that. Cool. Thank you very much. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and get started, Angela.
Sure. Can we just jump to the next slide? Okay, so I would ideally like to do this presentation a little bit differently, and I have a little bit more time. I would love for it to be a discussion format if we can manage that. I know that's difficult virtually, but I think it would be helpful. If it's not doable, we can talk. I'll give the presentation and then we can discuss questions and answers afterwards. But if we can do it with people raising issues or commenting, that would be great. So the next slide. So this is just a little bit of timelines that we put in to try to keep me on track, and what we're going to go through during the course of the discussion. So next slide. Oh, you can skip that one too, sorry. So what we're proposing as one of the first changes to the executive compensation submissions and the guidelines is that the information be presented to us to OEIS, using a template that we will establish to provide the information in a consistent manner. The narratives so far have been helpful. I mean, so far in the process, like the first couple of years, but I think they're going to get repetitive going forward unless we have new participants entering the arena. And I think it's more important to be able to streamline the review process, make sure we're getting everything that we're looking for, and that will allow comparison of information. So we're hoping to create a Word template, it's already in process, which would provide the required level of detail, even some examples of what we're looking for, instructions, and then, definitions where there may be a question, like what counts as a perquisite? What is this type of, what does cliff vesting mean? Just so there's a glossary of key terms at the back of it. We would ask that the electric corporations actually do fill out the information and not just paste copies of proxy statements in there, and that all of the information that we're looking for be provided. Next slide. So one of the things that we want to make sure we have is, and this has been very interesting, and I'm focusing on this a little bit differently than Adrian's focus, but we need to be able to see who the executive officers are by detailed title. Something that just says SVP doesn't really help us that much. And we want percentages by each each compensation component for each of the executive officers. Looking at the definition of as an executive officer in section 451.5C, it includes the president, secretary, treasurer, and any vice president in charge of a principal business unit, division, or function of the public utility. I was a little surprised by answers that we got back to who was included. So I wanted to pose some questions for discussion. Should it include the holding company's CEO? You guys have already weighed in on it, saying no. If there's a senior vice president included, should it be all senior vice presidents? If a vice president is in it, should it be all of them, or should it at least include key ones that are going to be policy making in areas that we're interested in, like transmission, distribution, risk management, safety, wildfire mitigation? Should it include the entire C-suite? So if somebody's a chief something, should they be in the list? The lists are a little bit all over and don't necessarily even include all of the positions. So one utility is filed and there's no secretary, I believe, on the list. But there's, we've gone from like four officers to maybe, 8 or 10. And I'm not sure what that is causing that distinction, but I think that there needs to be a little bit more clarity on who is being reported and who should be reported. So this is one of the first things that we're going to want to see, which is, a detailed title, not just SVP or VP. I don't know if anyone has any angst or comments on that they want to offer up at this point, or if you want me just to keep going.
Just to remind panelists, they can unmute themselves anytime they want, and attendees, if they want to make comment to what Angela's talking about currently, they can raise their hand and I can unmute them.
And the reason we're asking for feedback is, as we're thinking this through, it's helpful to hear it from someone and not just have to try to interpret something that's written. The Q&A process helps. Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on. Next slide, please.
Angela?
Yes.
Angela, this is Mark Bennett from Southern California Edison. How are you?
Hey, Mark. Good, how are you?
Hey, I had a question about collecting this information. How are you going to maintain confidentiality of the information that is provided?
I don't know that any of it is confidential. We wouldn't be asking for what anyone is actually making. We would just be asking to know who you consider this applying to. And then, all of your executive officers are on your websites. So I appreciate this isn't the same as a proxy statement, but we're really just wanting to know who you're considering part of this group. And ideally, we would like to see, we would like to see the percentage base, the percentage, STIP, and the percentage LTIP, which is a target and not guaranteed in any way, shape, or form anyway. But if it was information that the utilities consider confidential, I think we could, talk about how that gets handled internally by OEIS and any of its consultants.
Yeah, I guess so. So if this information isn't in the filings or anything else that we would normally be reporting, there's just some concerns with that there would have to be some type of a, other ways that we can confidentially present this data.
Understood. And some of you are reporting it now and some of you aren't.
Okay. And I guess another question that I had is, in terms of the officers that you're talking about. So, companies like Edison that have holding companies versus the utilities. We're just strictly speaking about the utility officers, right?
Well, that's where everybody was weighing in from the utility standpoint, was that it would be just the officers that are of the utility.
Okay.
I mean, I'll broach the subject that PG&E gets a little quirky because they're a different sort of holding company animal than the others are.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have an answer on that one yet. Okay,
that would be helpful for us.
Yeah. I think it's more we'd like to see that, that the policy making senior vice presidents and vice presidents are being included. And if not, why not?
Angela, we do have one hand raised from the public.
Yeah.
Chris, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Chris. How are you?
Good, good. On the previous slide where you mentioned the officers or the executives to be mentioned, yes. So to me, I believe that this makes a lot of sense to have all this information. In fact, I'm curious if the holding company CEO should not also be included. There's also the CFO. CFOs have a big impact on resource allocation. CFOs may report to the CEO. And then I believe a lot of this information would already be public. It wouldn't be confidential if it's also included in SEC filings. So, having this information consolidated as part of this analysis makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and so Chris, like at the vice president level, those people are not going to be in the proxy statements. It's the CEO, the CFO, and then the 3 highest compensated. But also sometimes for different, depending on the entity, sometimes the holding company CEO and the utility CEO are the same person. So there's no real distinction.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the CFO. Or it may be that there's this holding company CFO and then there's a different CFO for the enterprise. For the utility enterprise, sorry.
Thank you. And are any of the senior vice presidents or vice presidents also some of the named executives that would be part of the SEC filings?
It is certainly, it's possible at the SVP level. I don't imagine it would be likely at the VP level.
Got it. Okay. But it does make sense that being able to connect the position to the to be able to have this at a granular level would be very informative. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to track. So anyway.
Okay, sure. So next slide, or yeah, 2 slides maybe.
There's actually one other hand raised.
Oh, sure.
Hold on a second. There. William, you can be unmute yourself now.
Thanks. Just a question on sort of the nuts and bolts of this. One of my concerns is sort of the accessibility of the information from parties, and wanted to, if this is in Word format, it might not be searchable or filterable. I know a lot of the information is qualitative. However, trying to understand relative to other utilities, what one utility is doing, I think if there's some way to put this information into table format so that it can be more accessible would be a suggestion. And not sure if that's going to be the responsibility of the utilities to make that in the more accessible format, or who would sort of take on that responsibility. But certainly sort of having a data dump in Microsoft Word where parties need to go and filter around and try to search for a particular piece of information might be a difficult way to manage the process.
So, Will, I appreciate you asking that question. It is, as currently planned, it is actually tabular, or even sometimes it's checkbox. So we are trying to make this as streamlined and as consistent as possible with not allow, I mean, if the utilities, the vision is that if the utilities want to provide some narrative, they can do that at the end, but that it's a template and they need to fill it out exactly the way we're asking for the data. And then one can compare one utility to the next. You can compare the utility year over year.
Great.
So it would be that it would be searchable and that it's basically cookie cutter.
Great. Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide.
Angela, I'm sorry. One other thing. This is Mark. So before you move on, so I guess we're looking at 451.5 and the language there as an officer performing policymaking functions and employed by the utility subject to the approval of the board of directors. Not all officers perform those policymaking functions. And it seems like you're expanding these definitions to potentially those positions that do not perform policymaking functions. And so I just want to understand the logic behind that one a little bit more.
No, the intent right now is not to expand the definition. I'm not sure exactly what the definition of policymaking function is precisely. but I'm seeing a variation. We're seeing a variation in what's being filed right now that just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, the FCC and others have definitions about policymakers. And so are we trying to craft another, kind of approach to that? Or are we still, kind of following, the stated rules with respect to that? Because that's how we've interpreted this thus far in our reporting.
If it's okay, Angela, I'd like to jump in here real quick. So I think this goes back to what I had suggested as a potential guidance change, which was that you would tell us who is in this and who isn't in this, and why they're not in this. If the VP does not have a policymaking role, then that would be your reason why they wouldn't be in. We're not per se expanding the definition. We're just asking for clarity about who's in and who's out, and on what basis people are in and out of the executive compensation structures.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, and these are also things that you guys can put in the comments to this proceeding.
Oh yeah, just as a reminder, I'll take this opportunity since she opened the door there.
Yep.
We have a docket open for this. It's 2022-EC. You can find it on our website, and we do hope and expect that people will be submitting comments and items to the docket over the next 2 weeks. Thanks.
Okay, so this next slide, this is information that really is readily available, and it could be pulled probably out of your proxy statements, and OEIS could figure it out, but we just would like to have it in one location so it's less confusing. So it's what the minimum, target, and maximum and associated payout levels are for the use of performance levels, how you're interpolating between performance levels. We assume it's straight line, but don't actually know that for sure. The use of performance modifiers, whether they be company modifiers or individual performance modifiers. If you're using any triggers like the earnings per share to earn a bonus at all. And then, just a little discussion of any significant changes you might have made from the prior year. So this we view as kind of fairly standard information that wouldn't be too controversial. So the next one, this is arising because of different ways the utilities are handling it. We would like to see the use of discretion broken up into various categories so we better understand what's going on. When a safety target is missed, and so you don't get 100% or you get none, that's one thing, and we'd like to know that. If management or the board adjusts an individual target for some reason for like one metric or a metric category, we want to understand that. If management or the board is adjusting individual employee compensation, like there's so-and-so did such a great job, we've increased their compensation by 20% that year, and they happen to be part of the executive group, we would want to know that. And then I think it's also very important that we have the information showing us where the compensation committee is exercising its broader discretion due to a safety incident. And we want these if they're going upwards or if they're going downwards. So if you're increasing or decreasing, we want to know, but it's really hard right now to kind of wind through what each utility is reporting. The last on this slide is more detailed metric definitions and calculations. Some we get some detail on because they're usually like they're OSHA and there's already a standard definition, or EEI has a definition, so it's pretty straightforward. But in terms of others, we need more definition and understanding to really be able to think about the metric and understand how it's being calculated, what it's doing, what it really is. So any comments on these? or questions?
I do think we have a comment from Chris Lyons. Jessica, you want to go ahead and read that question?
Sure, yeah, it was mostly just a comment about section 451.5. It says, please check if section 451.5 is relevant to OEIS's regulation of executive compensation. That definition appears to relate solely to bonuses paid to public utilities that cease to pay debts.
I would say that the answer to that is it is, because it's specifically referenced in the statute. That's why we go back to it. It's the definition of executive officer that's referenced. So that's the one that we use.
Yeah, it's in both. I think it's referenced in both 839 E4 and in E6.
Yes, it's referenced in both.
Yeah.
Will would like to make a comment again. Will, you should be able to mute yourself.
Thanks. Just a clarifying question, and I apologize if this was already covered, but just trying to understand definitionally what it means by a missed safety target. I know it seems self-explanatory, but I just didn't know if that was, for a particular margin, or if it was clear what the targets were, and making sure that those are quantifiable whenever possible and as specific as possible, so that we're comparing apples to apples. If you could just sort of comment on how that was going to be defined.
Yes, so all of the safety metrics, to the best of my knowledge right now, have been quantified by the electric corporations. So if your DART rate target is 1, and that's where you earn your 100%, you get a DART rate that's not 1, and so you get less than 100%, that's what we want to see. We want to be able to tell whether it's just you're missing a target, and so your safety performance, or let's say it's near hit reporting, or let's pick an easier one that someone might have the target that Bear Valley has for job safety briefings. If they miss that, we would, and so their safety score is lower. That's different than if somebody died and the compensation committee says, we're going to cut the safety metric group by half. So we're trying to differentiate between those.
That's helpful.
Okay.
I guess part of it is just a concern, given that example, right? What one utility might consider a briefing, and what another utility might consider a briefing, might be completely different. And also how you quantify that. So, if I call somebody up on the phone and talk to them, I might consider that a briefing, where it might be something, more formalized in different places. So, I think for these purposes, particularly because we're talking about compensation, we may need to look at the actual metrics themselves to see if they are specific enough, and whether they are going to be quantifiable in a way that's going to be helpful, because
and this will is done at each the utilities are already, the electric corporations are already doing this when they do their compensation calculations. So we're not comparing apples and apples right now. This is looking just at a utility itself. So it would be based on their own definition and their own targets and their own actual performance, which is already tracked, and we probably could dig in and find it, but it would just not be nice to not have to. So we would know, hey, you didn't hit your numbers, so that's why you're not getting this level, versus we decided to adjust something downward, or we thought you had a banner year in customer operations, so we increased the customer operations metrics up arbitrarily for whatever good reason by 10%. We just are trying to get where that happens, but this is already going on in the utilities compensation programs right now.
Okay, I understand that. So does that mean that the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety is not going to be, requiring that, what they're reporting is consistent with, I think it's just going to be very hard to look at that data even without sort of comparing across utilities to really understand. Again, I think your briefing example is sort of case in point. Yes, we held 5 briefings, and and yes, they met their target. So I guess you're not going to, you won't care if those are, a telephone call to one person or a briefing for thousands of employees?
No, it's not intended to say that. That would be really where you're getting into the definition of the metric and how it's calculated. What this first group is trying to understand is, is it 1 year, the entire short-term incentive program was wiped out by the compensation committee at PG&E for all of the safety incidents. If PG&E had done a little bit of that, but then they also missed other measures and they were trying to say, look, our compensation committee is doing this great job. We want to be able to know what the reason for adjustments are to assess whether just so we know if they're doing what they should be doing, or if, I'm not articulating this very well, I apologize. If we're missing all of our safety metrics at a utility, and then the utility turns around and decides to give all the employees a 20% increase to their bonus, the executives, we want to be able to see that because that's a problem.
Yeah, I guess
it's a different issue than delving into, this is trying to understand the functioning of people making adjustments to compensation. What you're talking about really is more in when we're reading the metrics and saying, well, okay, that, is a really bad metric definition. Anyone could achieve that, try harder kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess that's part of it, but and I'll leave it here and I'll leave it for comments later. But, to me, if something is going to be monitorable and measurable, right, where you're going to be able to go in and understand the things that you just mentioned, there's going to need to be some consistency for you to even to be able to look at it and sort of know what it is. But, I just, maybe it requires, more conversation. I'm just concerned that you get a whole bunch of information and not be able to, really monitor anything or come to any conclusions on anything, because even within a particular utility, it's so loosely defined and described that it just leaves, a lack of direction in terms of what to do with it.
And can you put that in the comments in the docket, Will?
Yeah.
I will. I'll do my best to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I also just want to chime in here before we go on. This is potentially a long-term iterative process where what we do in 2022 maybe just the first step in a multi-phase journey, and it's possible that the 2023 or the 2024 guidelines will begin to really dive into the kinds of things that Will's talking about. But right now we're not proposing, the potential measures, potential guideline changes aren't really contemplating necessarily some of that.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? So I think, did we miss one or did I miss one? Nope, okay, go ahead. Sorry about that. My pages got out of order. So we would like to see metrics classified and subclassified consistently based on classifications and subclassifications that we would provide through discussion, just so that, you know, not everything is all over the place being reported differently by the utilities. And, you know, most utilities use a fairly standard set of groupings. So I think that we could come to an agreement on what some of those groupings are and where to put them. And so this would be, get to some questions like, is reliability going to be classified as safety, or is reliability going to be classified as reliability? If an index has safety as a component, like with a nuclear power plant, where does that go? Are safety expenditures and costs are financial, or are they safety? And then also subclassifications, so we can see, you know, these are being considered employee safety, these are the public safety ones, just to give a greater consistency to how they're being reported. We would like to see prior year targets and actual performance in each filing, and current year targets very clearly specified. And we would also like historical performance information that ultimately could be used for trending. And some of this may be able to be pulled from some of the data responses already to some of the other parties, and some of it may be necessary, but we want to be able to, you know, kind of create a performance history ultimately for the electric corporations to see if this is helping. Any comments on that slide? Okay, next slide. So here's where things get a little, you know, more, I would guess, there will be more discussion and debate involved in
Angela,
these.
sorry, this is Brian from SCE. Can we go back one slide?
Yeah.
I did have a question for the reporting of this information. Is this for kind of internal OEIS purposes, or is this for public consumption? Are we reporting this internally or publicly?
Well, I assumed you would be reporting it in the same way that you're reporting it now. I think if there are things that you think might be confidential, maybe give that some thought and flag it in the comments.
Mm-hmm. I was going to suggest if I mean, I'm hoping that in your comments you'll note where you believe that there are confidentiality issues in reporting the things that we're asking you to report to us. So please do flag those.
Okay.
Yeah, and Brian, the reality is I don't think that the electric corporations have, you know, 15 different compensation plans floating around out there. So ultimately, a lot of it, you know, it's for different executives, but your actual performance is reported in your proxy statements. So, you know, if your target was 4 and you got 3.2, that's usually reported in the proxy statement because it's the same measures being used across the board. But if there's something confidential, please let us know what you think it might be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide. So this is where we're probably going to get more pushback and there's going to be more discussion. We are going to start developing some additional requirements on the short-term metrics in terms of targets and weightings. And, you know, right now, whether that has to be for safety or all metrics on both things. Some of the utilities consistently report metric level weightings and targets, and some don't. And we really like them to be quantitative. We would prefer them to be quantitative. I understand that for some of you, that's not your model. But I will say that there's, in 2021, FW Cook, which is a big compensation consultant, produced a report on annual incentive programs, and it says that 83% of the 250 largest S&P 500 firms use a formulaic annual incentive plan with predefined metrics and weights. Our benchmark survey would indicate those numbers are even higher. So people that have subjectivity and groupings without specific definition are in the minority. So that's going to be something that, you know, we will be driving towards, and not everyone might like that, but we think it's important at this point. We may go to category and individual metric weighting requirements. So for example, safety might have to be a minimum of 20%, 25% in the short term, and no metrics less than 5%. Those are just numbers that we picked for illustrative purposes, but it's consistent with the concept that 1 and 2% is really not helping anyone. And we are sensitive and understand that for a dual commodity utility, it's a little bit more challenging. You can't have no gas measures, or, you know, the obvious is going to happen, and we aren't trying to create that problem or drive that. But little teeny tiny metrics that are like 1 and 2% are just, they're just difficult. We may come up with allowed metric categories or allowed metrics. We may start to specify the types of metrics. Everything is very outcome based right now, but that means it's, you know, already happened. So these are things that we're thinking of right now. Next slide, just to see if we have more. Yeah, okay. Did anyone, can you go back a slide, sorry. James, I'm doing this off the slides themselves, off the screen. Does anyone have any comments on that? Or questions? Okay, next slide. So long-term incentives. This is kind of an interesting one. So the question of whether restricted stock units are at-risk compensation and performance-based seems to vary depending on who you ask. So some utilities will consider restricted stock units and base salary to not be at-risk compensation. So that means PSUs would be at-risk compensation. The annual incentive would be at-risk compensation, but restricted stock units are not at-risk compensation. The other question is, is PG&E eligible to include them? I mean, these are very commonly used in the industry because they do have some residual value. And right now, PG&E doesn't use them at all. So these are just, things to think about. Stock options, which are used by Edison, are not typical. But, I don't necessarily know that I have a position on that at the moment. John might. Some of the potential changes to 8389E6 may have implications for some of the LTIP grants in terms of the 3-year hold requirement, because not everything currently is being held for 3 years. Some things are vesting ratably, and then must safety be included? So these are some things that we're just, thinking about and mulling over, and then getting into discussion on, should there be restrictions if we're seeing modifiers increasing compensation in ways that we're not comfortable with, OEIS is not comfortable with, should there be restrictions on that? And then maybe some of the ACR 9 requirements, modified versions of them, should be required of all of the electrical corporations. PG&E, I gather, would still have to be complying with all of them as written, but we may want to start including some modified versions of those. So that's something for everyone to think about and kind of ponder. One more slide I think we have on that. Okay, and then ultimately the intent, I think, was to try to start linking up with the Wildfire Mitigation Plan metrics and the safety and operational metrics. And I know there was a recent decision on the track 1, maybe in track 2 in the middle of this month. So, you know, how do we start to bring those things closer together from a design or some other standpoint? And then, you know, are there design changes or structural changes that we want to consider in terms of going forward, how we look at metrics, how we look at this process, and how we look at compensation? So I know that's a lot to consider. And, you know, I think that when you guys are commenting, if you know there are some things that could never be done in 2023 for 2022, for example, because it's too far along in the process, or it would be such a substantial change, you flag that and let us know why. If you think it's a horrible idea, tell us why. So moving forward to the next one. So here is the draft 2020 timeline. So we will try to get guidance issued for public comment in November, with the final guidance at the end of the year or at the beginning of 2022. We would request the electric corporation's filings be provided at the beginning of March in order to eliminate what we had last year, where the utilities numbers, the numbers aren't final, so they don't, so you're getting, so the utilities are providing filings without targets for some areas because the compensation committee hasn't had a chance to meet and approve. We also hope this will streamline the review process because we're not getting in partial filings. We're looking at 4 months for discovery, requests for information, and OEIS feedback, and then ultimately the final or approval or denial on the utility filings. And I think that 4-month period gives time to address some of the concerns raised by Turn and Cal advocates. And if we're off on that, let us know, but we're trying to make sure there's time for everybody to have a chance to review them, ask the questions, respond thoroughly and thoughtfully, which I think are covered on the next slide. So parties would be given 3 weeks to review the filings and issue the initial information requests. Electric corporations have 2 weeks to respond. And hopefully some of the questions will be mitigated by the structured standard filing template. Information requests should be responded to thoroughly and fully. And then parties would have another 2 weeks following that, following a complete set of the information request cycle to issue any follow-up requests. And then we will work forward from there. Next slide. The electric corporations would get 2 weeks again, and then the parties would have 4 weeks after that final double session of a data request to provide their comments. So if there's any challenges in this timeline, as anyone sees it, please just flag those in the comments. So
Mark
the next slide.
has his hand raised.
Mark?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Angela, I think we do have some concerns with the timing.
Sure.
Of this for, the 2022 process.
Fire away.
So we're already so far into that planning, as we've kind of said in our presentation, and some of the ideas that you've presented here may present some challenges for us. So I just wanted to make that comment. We'll certainly follow up in written comments as well. But we're just looking at this, getting a little bit concerned about the timing and the deadlines.
Right,
Yes.
Mark, I expected that would be the case. We all expected that would be the case. And we don't see this as all happening at once. Some of this is going to be happening, 2023, and think about it further in the future. I think the template and the more organized structure of the filing certainly can be accomplished, because that's really just providing the information in the way we're asking for it. By the time you're providing it, you will know your actual performance and your targets for the prior year. And you'll know what your targets are for the year going forward. So I think a lot of the information we're asking you to provide in the template is really not that difficult, but if that is something that is a problem, let us know that, because we right now think that's doable.
Okay.
Getting into something where we're saying, and even putting metrics in buckets is not that, if you can't fit it in a bucket, and we can, discuss why not later, but we'll try to give guidance on what buckets we want to see things in, just for consistency of reporting. Something where we were to say to you now, all of a sudden, you can't have PSUs, or you need to change all these metrics out to be something else, that obviously cannot happen for next year. We know that.
Okay, but no, appreciate that comment.
Yeah.
Very much.
But if there's something that, if there's something you want to make sure we are aware of, you just make sure we know it. And I know that, I don't know where in the LTIP cycle you guys are, so that if there were anything significant related to that, I don't know what your timing is on that, in terms of, that ship may have already sailed. I don't know.
Yeah,
so let us know.
Okay, we'll do. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure. So now our objective for 2023 is to get all of this to align with the way the compensation process works internally. So what I've tried to show here is just, a rough draft of the schedule. So if OEIS issues the 2023 draft guidance in January or February, while you guys the corporations are finalizing the actuals, that works out perfectly. Assuming you got a heads up on, what the guidance was going to be. You file in 2022, and then everybody can be commenting on the draft. So this is all happening next year. Workshops if needed, and then final 2023 OEIS guidance, which predates the cycle that the utilities are going through to do their compensation. So you're going to start to have a heads up at the beginning of next year on what we're thinking for 23. And then hopefully that finalized in advance in order, I'm sorry, I'm pointing to my slides. So have that finalized when you guys start really walking in to develop your metrics, get the board approval, review them with everyone, and then you finish up the performance period. So that's the intent, is to really push this whole thing earlier in the year so it can be done thoughtfully and coincide with the natural internal cycle for compensation. And then hopefully everybody will be so much happier. So next slide, please. So what North Star is doing next. So we're going to get the report on the research, final drafted and finished up and published. We'll get all of these presentations, OEIS and North Star, will get them up on the in the docket. And then we're going to start doing some draft work on the draft guidance, which we've already started right now, and then work on the final. We are starting to compile and trend performance data that we have available for the utilities, and we're doing a deeper dive into the metrics. So some of you, depending on where we are in that process, have already been getting data requests saying, how do you calculate this? Why are you doing it this way? We're going to review the Wildfire Mitigation Plan and the SOMS metrics to try to figure out how to maybe integrate them and start thinking about the balance between the metric groups and what happens when you hit performance in some areas and not in others, and then begin on 2023 guidance modifications for public comment, working with OEIS on that, really all of that with OEIS. And then there's an appendix just of all the regulations, which I put in there in case I needed it, which I think is the next section, but it's just there for everyone's benefit, mostly our own. So, and I think I'm early on this one.
Yes, you are. I think you finished about, well, only about 5 minutes early. I think we had
Okay, so
originally set aside 75 minutes for
I'm
this.
still 5 minutes in the hole then.
No, you're not. You're fine. But I do think it's now time for the public comment period. So,
And are these all going to be recorded, or do I have to write them all down?
it's all going to be recorded, and we'll also have a transcript that's from Zoom. It's a Zoom transcript, so
Okay,
it's not an actual transcriber, but.
thank you.
Mhm. So do we have any? I think we have a hand up among the attendees. I don't think we have any
Yeah, we do have one hand up.
Q&A.
Chris Parks, if you'd like to make your comment now.
Great. Actually, I did have a, so Angela, I appreciate the information that you just provided. I did actually have a couple of questions on the previous presentation on a couple of slides. Is it possible to go back to those? I could tell you what the slide numbers are.
I bet James can do it.
Yep.
Well, one of them is slide, let's see, 35. And I'm trying to see where this.
Are you talking about the previous presentation?
Yeah, it's presentation
Before the
number
break.
8. Yeah, before the break.
Give me a second.
Thank you. In fact, actually, maybe the first one I could ask about would be slide 18 from before the break, that presentation. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So one of the questions that I had been asking earlier had to do with the utilities. Do they report all severance, stock options, stock bonuses, hiring bonuses, retention bonuses, non-qualified retirement compensation? And I think, Angela, you had explained that that they don't provide, I think, the granular detail. But looking at this slide, what I was curious at from this slide is, are those items included in these bar graphs, or are they excluded? Or I'm just curious, can I tie those kind of things into this bar graph slide?
You cannot. They are not reported in this bar graph, and I don't think that they were required to report them in the guidance. You can find some of that in proxy statements for the named executive officers, but I don't think they have to put it in the filings. One of the things we will want to make sure we are doing is clarifying what counts as a perk and what counts as ancillary compensation. And then we can start winding from there. But I think the plan would be to try to get those basically added to this bar graph going forward. Am I right, Adrian?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so around this subject, I have a couple other questions, but so I understand the presentations. Well, I'm digesting, I would say, the presentations from the utilities earlier, and I appreciate the detail that they provided. But what is difficult to digest is putting this all in context. So if there's significant compensation that is not included in these bar graphs, it makes it difficult to say, okay, well, this is the percentage of increase or decrease in a performance measure in terms of how it relates to this component, but it doesn't put it in the context of all compensation. And so to be able to have that context would be extremely valuable, so that we don't just have some percentage that might be somewhat difficult to understand how does this fit into the big picture. But if we had the big picture, okay, this is the overall compensation, what's not included, but would be useful to understand the big picture, I think that would be extremely valuable. And then if we were to go to the other slide that I was mentioning, let me just check it. I think it's slide 35 in this same presentation. Okay, so, and I'm going to focus on just because of this example here. PG&E is on the lower left and it shows mostly blue. I'm a little more familiar with PG&E because of things that were filed in the bankruptcy. But this one would seem to indicate that, if I understand it right, what about like stock options? Like I know there was a news article that talked about one of the previous CEOs that was their interim during the bankruptcy period. And there was an article that talked about substantial stock options that had to do with stock price. And yet, when I look at this, I'm interpreting this as to say that stock options is not a significant factor in PG&E's long-term incentive. And I'm just curious, is that because, I'm just curious, why would that not show up here in this lower left graphic?
So right now, PG&E's at some of PG&E's challenges, I think, are going to be point in time challenges. But my guess is that stock options that may be, or shares of stock that are granted as part of a separate employment arrangement may not be reflected in this exhibit.
Okay.
But it's a little challenging unwinding PG&E. I was trying to do it because of the bankruptcy and also because of the change in personnel over time.
Yeah, and I can understand that. So to help with that kind of understanding, I'm curious, is there any reason why, one way we're trying to figure out how do these percentages and how do these incentives work in the upcoming compensation plan, and how does that work in terms of guidance? But what I think would be really informative would be a number of these incentive programs have been around for years. Maybe they've been changed, the performance measures and the vehicles used for that have evolved with utilities. But what would be really informative would be to go back in time and then be able to put dollars on these amounts, because right now it's percentages without any context. At least that's the thing I struggle with. And so to be able to say, okay, this is the total compensation, including everything, stock options, so on. And then be able to go back in time with last year, this was what the payout was based upon the formulas, and this was how it was determined, and then the previous year. So I'm curious if that would be a problem for utilities to be able to provide that information, because that would kind of see how this actually works, rather than kind of see how it's predicting how it's going to be used, but see how it's already been used and applied.
Well, and I understand what you're looking for, Chris, and it is difficult because everything is done on a forward-looking basis. These are all targets, and they're targeted the way it works. You set your short-term incentive as a target % of base salary. Everything triggers off base. And then you set your long-term as a % of base salary. The short-term is a little easier to follow because it's only a year, but the long-term is more problematic because you have to wait 3 years. And I know that there have been years in the past where PG&E had relative shareholder return, total shareholder return on a relative basis in their long-term program, and I don't think it paid out anything. So this is showing that right now they are using, for going forward, they're using performance share unit and non-financial both, although this chart doesn't show that. But we have not done the analysis, and I don't know that anyone has asked us to do the analysis of trying to unwind that. Dawn was working on some of that for PG&E just so we understood it, but I don't think she's completed that yet. And I don't know if Dawn wants to chime in on that, if she's still around. Yep, she's there. But we were trying to understand the mechanics of that for PG&E to see how this actually plays out in real life as you go through. But she has to go backwards in time to do that.
Yeah, I do want to sort of speak to something that Chris has talked about, which is it's our job basically to talk about and to review and to understand and sort of vet and approve or push for changes in the structure of the executive compensation plans. And we're probably never going to be asking for dollar amounts that people are actually going to get paid. We'll talk in terms of percentages and what the mix of incentives are, but we're not going to be interested or trying to ascertain what any of these people are actually getting paid in terms of dollar amounts.
This is John Ellerman. There's a concept available, and I would, your questioner, I would advise him to look into something that's referred to as realizable pay or realized pay. There's a little bit of difference, but what those two concepts talk about is you look at the grant on long-term incentives and you go back, and typically these are done over a 5-year period, and you can estimate what the executive would have earned if in fact he had exercised his stock options when he was vested, that the performance shares would have been earned when vested, and to look at what the share price was or whatever the performance metric happened to be. But that can be done. So you can, there's quite a bit of study. You will see some companies actually have in their proxy statements for their CEO alone a realizable pay chart, and they'll show that in comparison to what was the value at the date of grant. So 2 stacks of bar charts right next to one another. It's an interesting concept.
Dawn, were you going to speak to this topic?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that a lot of time with I was looking at it at PG&E, and one of the obstacles I ran with is that there was a lot of turnover over the last 5 years of the executives. So all those promised long-term incentives were either never recouped, never finding somebody who was even there for 3 years was a major effort. And what I did find were in the proxy statements. So it's very difficult to go and do it on, you'd have to do it on a person by person basis and what's reported in the proxy statements. And the timeline has a lot of holes in it.
I think Keith Schweitzer has his hand raised for this topic.
Yeah, he's had it up for a while.
Keith, you should be able to mute yourself.
Yeah.
I'm off mute now. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I realize Bear Valley is not the main focus here, but I just did want to comment a little bit, more a comment than a question. Bear Valley is included in this workshop because we're the only small utility that requested to be in the Wildfire Fund, which required review of our executive comp. My concern is that we're being looped into a group that's really, really much bigger than us, and we have no real peers in what you're doing. I looked at the peer group that you had in your study, Angela, and there's really nobody the size of Bear Valley. I mean, as I said in my presentation, we only have 45 employees. The president of the company, his TDC is under $500,000. And, we're kind of evaluating his package with the same microscope that you're looking at packages that are multi-million-dollar packages. And I just would caution that there should be some consideration of size in these guidelines. It was very difficult to develop a plan as it was for 2021. We had to actually make the promoted president take a pay cut in order to get his base salary in a workable level within TDC. So I don't see that size factored into any of this, and I would request that you make some consideration or take a look at that as you prepare the new guidelines.
Thank you, Keith.
Mhm.
And we understand.
I think Paul was the other person who had his hand up as an attendee.
Yeah, Paul, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Hold on a second.
All right, yeah, the pay cut was enjoyable, but that's not my comment. I had more of a process question. You have a pretty ambitious plan to make changes, and they seem to be reasonable. But the question would be, why cram them into 2022 when if you issue the 2023 guidance in May next year, it would all go smoothly? Is something really broken that it warrants jamming it into 2022?
I think it's more of a philosophy thing. It's, I think what we're asking for, what we're considering, I think, and likely to ask for in 2022 is simply for some more consistency and some granularity in what we're asking for, increased transparency. A lot of the information should be readily available, and we're not planning on asking for I think anything really substantial in 2022. So we think that it's doable. This is just, I mean, when Angela talks about the template, she's just talking about how you present the information to us, right? And having that be in a consistent way so that we can start to compare across utilities and across years. 2023 is intended to be perhaps a little bit more substantive in terms of the changes, things that would cause the utilities to balk if we try to introduce those in November or December of this year, basically. Angela, do you have anything you want to add on that?
No, I would agree. It's really the template is the focus for now, and then we'll work forward with the more significant, because we need to get your comments back on them, and we're not anticipating that some of these things could be done all of a sudden, if we send you guidance in the beginning of the year.
Okay, yeah, I understand. If it's reporting, that's doable.
Yeah.
If we're changing metrics or prescribing certain standards across utilities of what metrics are supposed to use, that could become pretty challenging for us.
Yeah, no, we just might ask you to put them in certain buckets, and that would be it. We're not planning right at this moment, I certainly wasn't, to ask you to change them.
All right, thank you.
All right, next hand raised is Will again. Will, you should be able to unmute yourself. Oops, hold on a second. People keep moving around. Hold on. Will, go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I appreciate the logistical challenges of trying to coordinate a workshop via Zoom, so no worries. I did want to follow up, and I guess this is in a little bit different from Mr. Marconi in terms of his comments. My comments are really why we aren't further along. So part of my question is because, after the fires in 2017, I engaged at the Public Utilities Commission. One of the early proceedings that I participated in was, the safety culture OII and other proceedings where we had, subject matter experts, Ken Feinberg, industry experts, academic experts, all talking about how do we align executive compensation with safety performance. And, since that time in 2018, we've had a number of different proceedings, comments from all sorts of parties, about how to go about this. And, I guess there's a little bit of frustration from me because, I see the need to really be, to get after this, to make sure that we have aligned interests in terms of safety, executive compensation, investor compensation. And I just worry that, we've been at this from, at least I've been involved in it from 2018 to try to get a handle on it. And now we're talking about templates. So I guess I'm just concerned that there's not as much urgency around this as maybe there could be. And so if there could be just comments about how you're leveraging all of that great information that we've had over the past few years from all sorts of experts about how to get this done and how to make this progress. And then my second question, other than sort of how you're using that information going forward, is, again, around the procedural perspective here. I was disappointed to know that Turn wasn't going to be involved in this conversation. I think they're a valuable voice, and we need to be encouraging more participation from different parties. And so I'm new to sort of the transition from the Public Utilities Commission, where I have been heavily engaged, to now trying to understand how to engage within this body. And so if you could also talk to what sort of procedural guidance you can provide to parties like me who just are trying to learn the rules of the road here in terms of how to engage. So if you could comment on those pieces, I would appreciate it.
Okay, well, I'm not going to speak to what has happened in the past, to be honest with you. I joined the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety really at the start of July. And this was one of the assignments was a key assignment that I was given when I joined. And I think we've actually made pretty significant progress in those 3 months to get here and to get the workshop up and running. Regarding Turn, I heard yesterday that they were not going to be able to attend and participate, and I was, not particularly happy about that either. Having reviewed many of the executive compensation submissions this year, I found, and their comments, and I found them to be noteworthy. But I don't think there's anything that the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety can directly do about that. And if you want to understand the process of participating and being an intervener, I would suggest reaching out to Turn and to talk to them about the issues that they've encountered there. And that's all I can suggest on that. I don't have anything else to add, I don't think. And
Sorry,
do you have a follow-up, William?
Yeah, sorry, just to follow up on that, if I can. I certainly am not looking to dredge up history, but I do think it's important, right, that we don't start from, and I'm not suggesting that this was done, but, I would think that, we're not starting from something like a blank piece of paper to try to, noodle this out. And so for parties to understand what pieces of information have been used up to this point, because, I could copy and paste my comments from earlier proceedings and apply them in this one. But, it probably would save me time and everybody's time if I knew that those comments and again, not just for me, but from certainly subject matter experts that know a lot more about this than me, that those were incorporated, then I would know, okay, they've already been looked at. And so this isn't, this is picking up from those pieces, or do I need to go back and regurgitate, things that have come prior? It would just be helpful for progress, right? And which is, I know what we're all trying to make. And then procedurally, I guess I appreciate turning to other parties for procedural guidance, but is there an internal body where you can get procedural guidance like there is at the Public Utilities Commission to understand that procedural guidance?
Yeah, I think I'll have to get back to you on that. As far as I know, I'll have to get back to you on that. You know, if you want, go ahead and put that in the Q&A, and I'll save it and it'll go with your other question, and we will have to get back to you on that. Well.
And Will, if you could just also in the comments, if you could put those proceedings that you're referring to in there, that would help.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with the comments and the responses for the 2021 executive compensation submissions, and so all of that, you know, has gone into our thinking in terms of what we're proposing for 2022, and will impact that in 2023. But earlier than that, I'm not so familiar with that.
There are a number of questions, or two questions from the Q&A, but we do have another hand raised. Which would you like
Well,
to go first?
let's go ahead and go through the two typed in Q&A questions first.
Jessica, I believe.
Yeah, I think Jessica was going to help with that.
Sure. Yeah, the first question is from Carolina Contreras asking if North Star sees any opportunity to consider discussions on performance-based rate making for utilities that have safety components with the intent of incentivizing safety at the utility as a whole, including utility returns.
So, Carolina, I don't actually know who you're with. Organizationally?
She's with the Safety Policy Division.
Oh.
At the CPUC.
Okay, thank you. Carolina, if we actually recommended that in the past. In our first review of PG&E's safety culture, we made that recommendation to the commission.
Great, thanks, Angela. And then the next question is from Wade Greenacre asking, would we anticipate the template at the same time as the November guidance for 2022?
Yes, as far as I know, that's the intent, is to have the template be part of the guidance that we give. Is certainly the final guidance. If not, it should be in the draft as well. In fact, I think I can commit that it will be, because it's such an important key part of the draft guidance.
And Chris Parks has his hand raised. So Chris, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, before I forget, I had one question for Debbie Robinson, SDG&E, if she's still on, was you mentioned some metrics, and you also included near miss metric, and I was just curious, is that one where the larger the number, the better the performance? It shows that folks are reporting near misses. I just want to see if I got that metric right.
I don't have that definition in front of me. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then, and I appreciate so when we'll take a look at the presentations that the utilities provided, and also when we can get a copy of this, of the North Star report. Oh, before I forget, I wanted to ask, let's see, I'm sorry, just a second. Is it Ellerson? I'm sorry, is it Ellerson? Mr. Ellerson?
Ellerman.
Ellerman, yeah.
You mentioned realizable pay and realized pay. Is there is there a reference for that or an example or a model of that that we could learn more about?
Sure. I think if you Google it, it may come up. Another way is to look in a proxy statement. One of my clients is Murphy Oil Corporation, and I know that they have included a realizable pay analysis for their CEO, and it's in their proxy. So if you look at the 2021 proxy statement for Murphy Oil, you can see a good example there.
Got it. Thank you. So I mean, that would be very useful, even without knowing, you know, to be able to understand how these other components weigh in on compensation. So if there's a stock option or stock value or a number of stocks, restricted stocks or whatever, to be able to understand how those relate to the other forms of compensation. So I'll take a look there. And then if once we get the there are some other questions I know we'll have on the North Star presentation, which had a lot of really good information, but there's a lot of detail in there. But we may look to reach out to answer questions. I know there's time limited today, so we'll probably reach out to ask for clarification and questions on the information provided in that presentation. But it's really helpful to have a chance to get this.
Chris, you're kind of fading out.
You're fading out, Chris.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know that I have anything else I can add. Thank you.
Chris, I want to make a comment back to you on a point that you just raised, and that is this whole issue of perquisites and other compensation. Are you contemplating, and I guess this is a question for Angela, are you contemplating including some estimate of supplemental executive retirement plan compensation annually to be included in your analysis? And are you considering that a perk, or are you considering that to be alternative compensation?
Okay, so I don't know if you can, can you hear me okay now? I'm speaking a little more. Okay. So part of the reason for bringing that up is just to understand how that plays. So there's a lot I don't know. I know that if we were to go back in time to San Bruno, where it was like a game changer and a step change for risk assessment at the commission. There was a news article about the CEO at the time leaving with a retirement package of something like $35 million. And I don't know what the compensation packages are. I don't know what the other compensation packages are. They're all part of executive compensation. It may not go into this executive compensation review, but it does seem like, I wonder if those wouldn't somehow relate to overall compensation that should be considered in terms of an executive compensation review for this docket. So it's more about what I don't know. I'm just interested in learning about what I don't know at this point.
Chris, you're raising a really good point, especially with respect to supplemental executive retirement plans. There is, in fact, a column in the summary compensation table that's included in the proxy statement that reports the annual change in the accrued present value of the supplemental benefit that's reported each year. Sometimes that number can be quite substantial. I've seen that number be as high as $4 or $5 million just for 1 year's change in the SERP value. And I'm using the acronym SERP for Supplemental Executive Retirement Plan. I think it's something that you all want to track and monitor. it is a very important part of compensation, and especially since supplemental retirement plans are not performance-based. They are simply plans that are put in place for highly paid executives to award what is viewed as a competitive retirement benefit. In recent years, the value of SERPs has gone down because there has been a lot of pressure from institutional investors and from other authorities about the egregious amounts reported in certain benefits, like the example that was just talked about with the executive leaving with a $35 million retirement package. Today, most of those supplemental retirement plans are simply nothing more than taking into account the and removing the tax limitations from the tax code so that all compensation earned in either base salary and or bonus can be included in the retirement plan calculation. But I think it's an important point and something that you all would want to monitor.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any additional Q&A? I think we do from Caroline. Yes, Jessica, you want to go ahead and read that?
Yeah, that's right. We have another follow-up question from Carolina. So she's just wondering if North Star could expand a little bit more on their recommendation of performance-based rate making, considering what they are learning or what they have learned now on executive compensation at the California utilities. And then a comment that that recommendation is from many years ago.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how the SERP's normally classified. So we made that recommendation because of it was made many years ago. It was driven by what largely is the same concern that Chris Parks raised about Peter Darby's compensation after when he left PG&E. So it really didn't get any traction at the commission. We'd also had recommended like a non-punitive reporting system and some consistent metrics. Those got a little bit more traction at the commission. I have not given it consideration in this forum yet, but I'll think on it. And it's but it's complicated because it gets into the whole rate making issue. And I would say North Star, we are not rate making experts, but we'll think on it some more.
Okay. Well, it looks like we don't have any additional questions at this point. We can give it a few moments here. If anybody has any questions that they'd like to raise your hand, please. Otherwise, I think we can end the workshop here very soon. Anyone? Okay, it looks like maybe another Q&A. Okay. Okay, thank you, Williams. We'll definitely look at that. Thank you. And I will make a note.
I'm just going to take a picture of that real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to copy and paste it.
Just remember,
I've got it. Yeah, I know you've got it as well.
I can generate reports at the end of the meeting. So
yeah, I appreciate that.
And Will, if I had an answer to that question you posed earlier, I would not be doing what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
About PG&E stock and everything else.
Yeah. I think we'll follow up on that and see about getting you a response to that as well. Thoughtful question. Okay. I do think we'll go ahead and say that was answered live, and we're done with that. One last time, I guess, anybody have any other questions or comments they'd like to make? Okay, well then, I guess we'll go ahead and end the workshop a little early. I think I need to connect with Angela and John. I think I'll send you guys a Teams invite shortly. I do probably need to reach out to the utilities too about your presentations as well, and accessibility issues that we need to address. Okay, if that's the case, thank you guys. It looks like we're done for today, and I appreciate everybody who attended and came and asked questions and participated. And I want to thank John and Angela and all of the utility representatives who came and made presentations as well. And thank you all very much. You have a good day. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.